Alrighty. Greetings and welcome to October Horror Silent Hill Edition. Completed the first game 2 nights ago. And now we're gonna complete yet another game for the first time tonight. On YouTube, you can check out the pinned comment. And on Twitch, you can type in !! Silent Hill for the series list. And if you want to see past VODs of the October Horror thing, you can check out that command as well on Twitch. On YouTube, you can do this stuff too, but Nightbot is slow and delayed. So who knows if that'll even work or not. But it's on a YouTube channel regardless. So, loved seeing the copyrights on the last VOD from all the wonderful artists that make wonderful music. Apparently they mixed Silent Hill 1 music as well. That's fantastic. That's really great. YouTube music artists are the actual most talented humans on the face of the planet. Truly. Truly incredible stuff that we're seeing on here. Alright. Everything should be good. Twitch should be alright. Hopefully the YouTube chat will be okay, because I'm going to click out of YouTube. But I got my chat right here. The browser is taking 10 billion RAM for some reason. Man, am I just happy to be here, to be honest. I can barely feel my body, but here we are. Alright. Let's cut the music. I'm sure that'll get copyrighted as well. So, Silent Hill play novel. Shout out to Silent Hill Memories, fan-made website for Silent Hill stuff. They do a really good job when it comes to organizing all the Silent Hill titles in the series really well now. A really well brushed up site here. And they do a fantastic job of really organizing everything here. This is my first playthrough, actually, of this thing. I actually installed it like years ago. And I just never played it at all. I don't even know like what I'm using when it comes to the file for play novel. We are playing the original Game Boy Advance version. However, it's retranslated in English because this was a game that came out originally in Japan. And it only released in Japan, so the actual game is in Japanese. Somebody created an English translation mod a little over a year ago, I believe. I think that's what I'm using, so see how it goes. I'm using the emulator that is listed here, actually, funnily enough. This is outdated now, but Visual Void Advance, I've never used it. So I booted it up a little bit last night and worked fairly well in the beginning, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully nothing crazy happens, no bugs, no issues, but emulation is emulation. You never know. We'll see what happens. So yeah, this is my first playthrough of the play novel. I guess I can call it a game. It is a game. And yeah, I guess there's also like this guide. I guess I have a guide that came with this download thing. I guess this is the print of the official guide released by Konami for this thing. I'm not gonna. I mean, I can't read this because it's in Japanese, but they did have a guide for this game as well. You can check out some little bits of it, I guess. Prologue. You. The distance is growing. My hope has gone away. A flash of light, but nothing changes. So the play novel is very obviously based off of Silent Hill 1, which we just played 2 nights ago. And there's some differences, I guess, with some of the storytelling. This is depicting a thing in the game called digital cards, I guess, that you can acquire throughout the playthrough. It's pretty interesting. But it's mostly depicting the first game. There's some different character. I can't read any of this, but I like reading or trying to understand what it says. Yep. Lots of things. New enemies, apparently. See how it is. The whole story of Sybil. Okay. Alrighty then. I really wish I can read all this. I'm sure it's actually very important. But just a Japanese game. Only released in Japan. Alright, that's better. I'll keep this up here. Alright. Let's boot it up, baby. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Problem number 1. Here we go. They just skipped for no reason. Cool. Great start. Just skipped the cutscene without me doing anything. That's fun. So you can use keyboard or controller with this emulator. I'm going to use keyboard, I guess. Again. Windowed. Let's try windowed. Ah, the good old emulation. I would sit here and say the usual, oh my god, this has never happened before, but I'm just so tired of saying that at this point. I just expect it now. I actually don't know what's happening. This never happened in my testing. Of course it didn't. But it's happening all the time now. I don't know what's going on. Good old emulation. Oh, all of a sudden it's perfect. Oh my god. Is it the number 3? Nope, it's just working now. Cool, that's great. Can I go full screen now? Let me play it out first again. Cool, it works. So this is the Game Boy Advance version of the game on emulation, widescreen, and all that. Definitely wanted to make it like authentic looking while cleaned up at the same time. So audio can get like super screechy with this, so I muffled up the audio a little bit, but also it's much more detailed than what it originally was too. We just turned down the screechiness of it. It's super screechy sounding. Alright. Let's see what works and what doesn't. Well, mobile's definitely not going to work. So the digital trading cards apparently are like something you earn throughout the playthrough or whatever. That's pretty cool. They have a preview of those on the fan site or whatever. LL. Alright. Let's do it! Silent Hill play novel. Aries. That was my save that I tested. So this is English translation mod for the original game. There is a fan recreation on PC as well, but when I looked at that over the years, I just didn't really care for it as much, personally. I'd rather play the original thing. And the fact that somebody created a translation mod for the original game is pretty cool. I just think it's more authentic, honestly. Just feels right. Alright, here we go. Let's do it. Time to open up the page. It's been a while since I have taken a vacation. I am driving my Jeep, heading towards the quiet resort town of Silent Hill. The sound of the engine reverberates in the darkness. Due to some slight car trouble earlier, it has become this late. I am Harry Mason. I am a run-of-the-mill writer. Her eyes closed. Cheryl sleeps peacefully in the passenger seat. Cheryl is my daughter. She is cheerful and lively, and the occasional carefree smile she shows me makes me feel happy. I don't have very many relationships with people because of what I do for a living, so Cheryl's existence has become irreplaceable to me. Cheryl is very much looking forward to this trip. Although paved, this is still very much a mountain road. At this hour, there is little reason for any other drivers to be about. I push in the accelerator. There is no light off in the darkness. I can depend only on my headlights. Okay. Some of this English is retranslating the Japanese text here. So there would be all Japanese text here in the original game. So some of the English translation might be a little off. Or they might, whoever created this might have done their own interpretation of the Japanese dialogue too, to make it make more sense in English for us English speakers. Light reflects off the rear view mirror. It's a motorcycle. There is a motorcycle headed toward the same destination as we are at terrific speed at this late hour. With a roar, the motorcycle effortlessly passes by the side of my Jeep. The seal of the police. Perhaps there has been an accident or something, but I don't recall hearing about an accident or anything on the radio. Cheryl is sleeping. A child should not be awake at this hour. I wonder if she was dreaming about something. Tomorrow I have planned to take her to the amusement park. Maybe she is dreaming about riding the merry-go-round. I glance over at Cheryl's sleeping face and then return my eyes forward. The lighted area of the road almost appears to be belched out from the darkness as it moves towards me. Huh? something enters my field of view. It's the motorcycle from just before. It is lying on its side on the shoulder of the road. No doubt about it. It's the same motorcycle that just passed me. There was no sign of the driver. It looks like the driver smashed into the surface of the rocks by the side of the road while trying to avoid some kind of obstacle, and thus that part of the motorcycle has been destroyed. I carefully checked the way in which my vehicle is headed. However, I don't see anything that could be an obstacle to my advance in the area illuminated by the headlights. A strange atmosphere creeps in around me. The radio reception begins to become erratic. Perhaps I should turn back, but my foot persistently pushes down the accelerator with no intention of letting off. You can no longer turn back now. Something murmurs within me. Please increase your speed some more. Someone murmurs within me. Cheryl's eyes are closed. She is dreaming. I know that I should be awake, but what is the uneasy feeling? I feel as if my body is not totally my own. It's like someone strange, being that is not me, is controlling me, like I am floating. My eyelids are heavy. As the steering wheel leaves my hand, it creates the illusion of setting the course on its own. Freezing cold, uneasiness, almost like being ready to fall asleep. I am just barely conscious, and now at my limit to maintain even that. Ah! When I saw the human figure on the road, I cut the wheel hard. And then there was nowhere else for my Jeep and I to go but down into the darkness below the cliff. The silence pierces my ears. As the wind blew, it was accompanied by piercing cold. Where am I? I could feel light faintly passing through my eyelids. I don't seem to be hurt. That much is clear to me because I don't feel any pain in my body. No, perhaps I've suffered an injury that doesn't cause any pain. I slowly try opening my heavy eyelids. Out-of-season snow is pouring into the town. Other than hitting the ground, there is nothing else to be heard. Silent Hill. That is what is assuredly written on the sign by the side of the road. Without realizing it, Cheryl and I have reached our destination. All my memories up to that point are gone. The wind is blowing in. When I take a look next to me, I am shocked. The passenger door has been left open. Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Silent Hill. This town, which should just be a resort area, appears to have become just like a ghost town for some reason. Or maybe it was waiting for us to arrive. Or perhaps the town just nestled up to us. So now I am alone. Cheryl is not here. While I was sleeping, no, while I was knocked out, Cheryl opened the passenger door and stepped out, alone, into this tourist spot that is ruled by an unsettling silence. And then she left me to head somewhere. I tightly closed my jacket around my neck and set off on foot in search for Cheryl. I wonder what in the world happened here. Nothing makes any sense. The silence, the out-of-season snow, and strangest of all, the entire town is wrapped in a thick fog. A. Cheryl's destination is, or B. Is there no one in the town? Oh, I can pick it. Pick our story. I want to do B. I thought I must find out if there's anyone other than myself here. This is definitely Silent Hill. I recognize the signboard on the store. A long time ago, when I was young, I visited here once. All the doors on the shops and houses are tightly shut. No, among them, there is one shop with its door open, but there is no sign of anyone inside. It feels like just the people here suddenly vanished. I begin to run. Only the sounds of my footsteps echo in the surroundings. Just where in the world has Cheryl gone? Did someone lead her away? Various concerns run through my mind. Ta 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 ta. I suddenly get the feeling that I heard footsteps other than my own, so I stop moving right away to check it out. Through the thick fog, I can see a figure that is about the size of a child. Cheryl? Without a thought, I cry out. The figure doesn't move at all. At the moment, I begin to move slowly towards the figure. It starts to run. I fiercely chase after the figure. That's definitely Cheryl. Even though it is faint, I would not mistake someone else for Cheryl. However, no matter how much I run, I cannot catch up. Instead, the figure is gradually getting farther away from me. The figure puts on speed as if it's gliding through the air. The figure appears to be absorbed by the fog as it begins to disappear. In order not to lose it, I run with all my strength while keeping my vision centered on the figure. And then I notice that I have come to an alley surrounded by buildings. I don't know how, but it's like a cover was placed over the sky, which had provided light until now, and the area has become engulfed in darkness. From the darkness, I can hear multiple footsteps coming from this way. I don't know who it is. I will take a look, or I am going to get out of here. I don't have anything with me that can be used as a weapon. Do I take a look? Or do I bitch out? But I need to find Cheryl. That's the whole point. I'm so curious what this one says. What a tough choice. I'll do that one. I stood ready. What are they? With beast-like rage, they have closed in the right where I am. Ah! And then my vitality is sucked away by these strangely shaped monsters until I finally lose consciousness. Sybil Bennett. She is a full-time police officer working in the neighboring town of Brahms. There was no one else in the cafe other than her and Harry. She took a seat at the counter and waited for Harry to awaken. I suddenly awoke. Where is this place? Why am I here? Was I brought here by someone? There was no boundary between dream and reality, just confusion. As I lay on the bench seat in the cafe, my eyes slowly begin to focus. The woman sitting at the counter stands and folds her arms. She walks over and looks down at me. She is wearing a police uniform. The woman smiles a little bit as she appears to be relieved that I have regained consciousness. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? I try talking to the unfamiliar woman. I'm Sybil Bennett. I'm here because all communication with this town suddenly went dead, and so I came to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Sybil. You haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open, and she was gone. Cheryl? Sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She is a timid person, so it is hard to imagine that she headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat, and since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. Are you familiar with the area? There's no sign of anyone. And what is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world is happening in this town? I said all of this while breathing deeply. I'm afraid I don't know either. I still haven't seen anyone other than you. It's like the town is as silent as the graveyard. Left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. You also had an accident, right? I thought this was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle. but I guess I was going a little too fast. A girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I am pretty sure it was a girl. Almost hit her. I cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I could barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe. So naturally I came in here to get out of the snow, and then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world is happening in this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcements and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. Okay. Gotta look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. If you feel threatened, then pull the trigger without hesitating. I take it, the gun, into my hand. Thanks, I hope I don't have to use it, or thank you, but I'm no good with guns. Well, I think we'll be approachable, right? We'll say that. Hope I don't have to use it. Hold on. Having never handled a handgun before, I am surprised by how heavy it is. But will you be alright? I'm not like the average girls around here. I have undergone proper training. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turns and faces me again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. I haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, and then disappeared into the thick fog. After being left alone in the cafe, I gazed at the handgun Sybil gave me for a little while, and then I thought about Cheryl, who had disappeared in this town. The figure I saw in the fog, that was definitely Cheryl, but she didn't answer my calls, and she was quite possibly moving away from me? I don't understand. I am getting a bit mixed up. Still, the one thing I know for sure is that Cheryl has vanished in this town. All I can do is look for her. I may not have any knowledge of the surroundings or any clues, but I won't find Cheryl if I stay here. I stood up energetically and placed my hand on the cafe door. Radio sounds. Radio. What's going on with that radio? Something is making noise. Question mark? What is that noise? Somewhere inside the cafe? Or it's somewhere outside? Oh, it's definitely in, brother. I look around the cafe. I walk in the direction the noise is coming from. And then I pick up the source of the noise. Radio. At that moment, the window glass shattered with a thunder and a giant bird-like creature flew into the cafe. Damn, it's an animation. No, it is not a bird. It's a creature with reddish-brown skin that looks as if it's been burned. Here comes the delay now. Oh my god, bro. My mic has delay with monitoring, so I always have to change it. It's definitely not a good thing for a narration-based game. Looks as if it's been burned. Okay. It is belligerent, pale, green eyes. It is clear that my life is in danger. I am in danger. I hide underneath a table. I ready the handgun in my inexperienced hands or run outside of the cafe. I want to see this one. Hide underneath a table. I immediately hid underneath a nearby table. However, it was smarter than I thought. At a glance, its legs appeared thin. but it spreads them wide and uses its long nails as a tool to lift the table up and then lets out a loud laugh. I don't have a choice. I have to try and fight, but if I randomly fire blindly, then I'll only waste bullets. That's it. I must set my aim. Its body. When it spreads its wings, at that moment, when its body is undefended, I will right. It swings its large arm-like wing down at me, and using that weapon, it just misses my neck. This is my chance. The target is its body. Mumbling, telling myself that, however, I can't fix my aim very well. My hands are shaking. When that single bullet hit it, it finally lost its life force and fell to the floor like a rag. Life force. What the hell? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place? Only the sound of my fists hitting the table echoes in the cafe. At my feet, the still warm corpse of the creature lies in the center of a pool of oddly colored liquid. After leaving the cafe, I decided to first head towards that alley from before. Black figures fly about in the heavens as if searching for prey. I then come to realize a constant. The static on the radio changes based on their movements. The closer the monsters come to me, the louder the static gets. My sight is hindered by the fog, and on top of that, the weather is so bad that snow is falling. So this is extremely important information. I run through the snow that appears to have no intention of stopping, increasing my speed each time the static comes in on the radio. I proceed into the fog. Following the thin thread of my memory, I finally arrive at the alley from before. The evil atmosphere has dissipated and light pours in along with snow from in between the buildings. I move into the alley and it dead ends after a bit. At the end of the alley, I see a familiar sketchbook that appears to have been thrown away. The likeness of me that Cheryl drew is on the cover of the sketchbook. This is definitely Cheryl's. Sketchbook opens. I try opening it. Inside, the following is written in red ink. To school. Along Levin Street, I slip through the back door of a house that had a doghouse and then head for the school. The surroundings gradually fill with darkness, and only the flashlight on my chest illuminates the strange street. I pass through the entrance to the elementary school grounds. When I open the door that leads into the school building, I can see that even more darkness is waiting for me inside. It is possible that Cheryl scribbled those letters to school. I can't be sure whether Cheryl is here or not. It's just that I haven't a clue other than that sketchbook. Let me turn this up a little bit on the stream. I do have some really heavy, like, compression. Game's not that loud either, so I don't mind. A guide map of the school has been tackled to the side wall, or tacked to the side wall of the entrance with a rusted thumbtack. After removing the map from the wall, place it in my pocket and push open the heavy door that leads into the interior of the school building. My footsteps and the creaking of the hallway. They sound like screams as their reverberations rock my eardrums. I had been walking carefully, step by step, but without realizing it, I had began to run. There was no sign of anyone. The silence inwards of the school building are dark, and with only the flashlight on my chest, it is impossible for me to see any of the details. The details. Cheryl doesn't have a flashlight, so she came in here and got lost when she probably wouldn't even be able to walk around. Since I have my flashlight turned on, she should be able to notice me easily. At least I have that modest hope. I then notice that I have come to the entrance to the music room. I place my hand on the heavy door. When I open the door, I see that inside of the room is large and there's a grand piano placed in its center. As I sit on the chair of the piano, I am shocked. The seat is still warm, as if someone had been sitting here just a few minutes before. Cheryl's smile runs through the back of my mind. Cheryl often played the cheap, upright piano in our home. It had become nice background music when I was working. Perhaps Cheryl had come to the music room? ? I gently open the cover over the piano keys. Oh, do you? You gently open it. Damn. Well, apparently, Harry has more strength in the play novel than the actual game. Because he opens it. I notice that there is red mixed in among the black and white. I tried touching the liquid. It has a lukewarm feel. It is still holding heat. It is definitely blood. My heart pounds in my chest like an alarm bell. The large amount of blood spilled on the keys. If this is Cheryl's blood, then she may no longer be alive. I wipe the stain off my hands onto my jeans, stand, and leave the music room. At the same time, I closed the door. Thought I heard someone scream. Maybe it's just my imagination. I walk down the hallway. The sleety mixture of snow pounds hard against the windows facing the courtyard. I take a look through a window down at the dark courtyard. The not-so-large courtyard is dotted with areas in which withered plants are growing. In addition to that, an old clock tower is faintly visible. From here, I cannot determine what time the clock is pointing to. Wait. Something appears to be wriggling about in the darkness. An animal? No, it's dark, and I can't see so well. But it is slowly moving on the two legs. It appears to be searching for prey. At that moment, the radio I had clipped to my chest suddenly began making noise. As I return my sight to the hallway, a sharp pain runs through my thigh. When I look down, I see that the tips of those long claws are piercing my thigh. Those oddly shaped monsters. They are posed like they want to hug me, and have gathered around my waist. They are about to bite me. I, A, instantly push the monster away, or B, readied the handgun and fired. Push it away. With my right hand, I push on its head part with force and knock it away. It then totters and falls down on its face. That was when I noticed that I had been completely surrounded by those monsters. I ready the gun. I fix my aim on their heads and pull the trigger with my trembling index finger. I continue to shoot as each one of them appears. The smoke from the gunpowder began to fill the air around me, so I placed one hand over my mouth. Even after the noise from the radio had popped, I could only stand there, paralyzed in utter amazement among their corpses. Is Cheryl all right? She shouldn't have been carrying anything that could be used as a weapon. I began running. I can't just stand around. There is not a moment to lose. Cheryl is waiting for me. Wait a minute. Suddenly my vision became hazy or something, and I rubbed my eyes. When I look back, I see that all the bodies of the monsters have unexpectedly vanished. What was I hallucinating or something? I pull the guide map out of my inner pocket and shine the flashlight on it, and I confirm that there is a boiler room located in the basement. My feet naturally began to take me there. I descend the stairs to the basement, taking one step at a time, a school building without light. As I move forward, I am beset on all sides by absolute darkness. As I head towards new fear, and new enemies, my feet have no intention of stopping their advance. But oddly enough, I don't have a sense of justice. I just want to make sure that Cheryl is safe, to catch her in my arms, That is my only goal. The boiler is not running. If I simply press the switch in front of me, then this eerie machine should begin operating. However, I just stand still. I try pushing the switch, but the boiler doesn't do anything at all. So I try opening the switchboard cover below the switch. It appears that I must somehow supply power from the main power supply to the boiler. The power supply is on the right. From the left of the switchboard, a thick pipe extends out and is connected to the boiler. Man, what the hell is this? Oh, hell no, bro. What you mean I gotta do some puzzles? Oh, God. I don't, like, what am I even looking at? Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, no. No. I think I have to go from here to over there. It's just 5, right? So it's gonna go to the last one? Yeah. One, two... Damn it. I don't want to think. It's always going to be 5. What I'm looking at here. Okay. This is all I can interact with. Just these things, and that's it. No other options, okay. It's moving over there. I don't know what this is. What am I... Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm supposed to look at. One is moving over there, one is not. That tells me I need to get the power connected over there. But it only goes up to X amount of spaces. And it runs out every time. you want to go to that one, which I would imagine maybe connects somehow, but I don't know. I just want any confirmation that I'm doing this properly. Like anything at all. Don't know what I'm looking at. My thought is like connecting it from here to over there. It's only 5. No, I'm too tired for this shit. Oh my god. I don't even know, dude. I don't know. Fortunately, I'm at a loss. Like, actually. Huh. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm doing it properly. No idea, dog. Okay, I don't... I want to make sure this is, like, working. Because I don't know. I get weirded out with emulation. Because I've had this happen before with emulation where something was not working in the game. Is there nothing here? Dude, what in the world? No, like, puzzle guide or something? Switchboard game. Really? You didn't... Surely. Simple puzzle. All you need to do is click the squares with your pointer. What? Hmm. Okay. I might understand it now. Just want to make sure there was nothing finicky with emulation here. This is a combination I didn't try. Yeah. I really wish it would have given you like a confirmation at some point. Just like a little thing. And I'm also like half asleep, so. Got it. I have an instinctive feeling that by pushing this switch that something outrageous may happen. Although at the same time I would also notice my daughter Cheryl's scream run through my heart, like a sense of duty that makes me feel that I must push the switch. I slowly push the switch in. The entire school building shudders as if it were a giant ship. The entire elementary school building appears as if it's been swallowed by Cheryl's heart as she stands alone in the darkness. I understand that I must do something. To the courtyard. The darkness softly whispers to me. The clock tower looks to be about tall enough to reach the 3rd floor of the school. At its base, there is a small door about big enough for an adult to enter while bent down. The door solemnly opens. After opening, the door seems to beckon the one standing in front of it to enter with an irresistible mental energy. I cannot resist that power. As I enter the door, the door closes with a hopeless thunder. Inside the clock tower, a psychologically loathsome stench hung in the air. However, the smile of my beloved daughter in my heart lessens my uneasiness and lets me forget my fear, if even only for a moment. Reassured, I place my foot on the ladder leading underground with my greatest motive, called love. The inside finally became a small passage about large enough for an adult. I run, trusting that I will see her smile ahead. I run forward, stomping on, concrete stained with the smell of death. Once I climb the ladder at the end of the tunnel, there will be no going back. I mutter Cheryl's name one more time. The depressing sound of the door closing echoes throughout the courtyard. Where am I? A raw, warm breeze brushes past my cheeks. The view lets me know that this is like a completely different world from the school I was just in. Once I think, where am I? I descend the small stairs leading away from the clock tower and become even more convinced. An extremely religious-looking design has been drawn in the center of the courtyard. With a large double circle, a triangle has been placed, and within that, a strange pattern that looks like hieroglyphics is drawn. I don't remember this being here before. This is definitely the school I was just in. The placement of the trees and the construction of the building. However, an overpowering feeling of nausea rises up throughout my body. A revolting, horrible smell like that of the stench of cutting into rotten meat thickly wafts throughout the air and is nearly invisible to the eye. I begin to run. I can no longer bear to stay in this spot. By the time I place my hand on the door that leads inside the school building, I no longer have the strength left to tell how long I was running. Maybe it was only for an instant. The school building has dramatically changed. Metal-grated floors, blood-covered walls, corpse-like puppets hanging everywhere. It's like a nightmare scene in which everything is isolated from the real world. In spite of that, I run. I am searching for Cheryl. The unpleasant metallic sounds of my footsteps resonate throughout the inside of the school. And then I open the door to the teacher's room. Perhaps the door is not installed correctly, as it took me several forceful tries to force it open. Once I enter the room, I am shocked. Desks are strewn about, and a raw, rotten stench rules the room. I call the police to get help, or call home where no one should be. Well, probably go for the police, dog. With slight hope, I pick up the telephone receiver. Just as I had guessed, the depressing busy signal just repeats over and over. As I gently hang up the telephone receiver, I realize that all means for contacting the outside world have already been lost. I must find Cheryl right away and escape from this insane world with her. I begin to leave the room. My heart rapidly contracts. The mechanical bell sounds echoes throughout the room. I nervously approach the telephone and once again pick up the receiver. Daddy, help me. It's Cheryl. There is no mistaking it. I firmly press the receiver against my ear. Daddy, where are you? Cheryl. Is this Cheryl? At that moment, Cheryl's voice is replaced with a busy signal. I knew it, I think. Cheryl is here. Being located in the residential area, many children probably come to the school. The interior of the elementary school is larger than I imagined. Including classrooms, there are a lot of rooms, so locating Cheryl will be extremely difficult. If Cheryl wasn't brought here by someone and instead came here of her own free will, then perhaps she might be in that one room. I spin around, run to the stairs at the end of the hall, and then sprint up them. I have come to the library, and my eyes are drawn to the open book here. It was a children's book, a pharmaceutical book, or a dictionary of religious silence. I'm gonna go with that one. Depending on the region, each have the characteristic of having individual doctrines. From ancient times, the practice of offering a living sacrifice was the only way to avoid disaster. Most believers are those who have chosen to renounce the world for the sake of their beliefs, while those believers who cannot yet give up their material possessions need to deepen their knowledge of the sacred texts. However, some believers have a tendency to strictly hide the fact that they are believers from others. This is because they believe that if the fact they are believers becomes known, then their effectiveness would become nothing. Even with black magic, which is thought to have vanished in present times, its magical spells are actively researched in such areas. In that process, an altar set alight within or with a sacred flame and a symbolic seal were required. Then by summoning an evil being and bringing it to contact with a saint, a new existence is said to be able to be created. In this case, the saint is not limited to a priest, as an inanimate object can also be used. I become griped with the sense that my actions have been controlled by someone this entire time. Coming to the library, seeing that specific page in the open book. Even whatever it is that I must do now, it is a decision that is out of my hands. Everything that has happened has been in someone else's hands. I've gradually come to understand this. Even still, I probably cannot determine my own course. I accept the direction of the unseen one to whom I must obey. In order to find Cheryl, there is no other alternative. I now know where I need to go. As I journey there, I walk firmly, stepping forward one step at a time. I descend a staircase from which uncomfortably warm air flows and find an elevator at its base that invites me to descend even further as its doors slowly open. Once I enter, its doors close, and in the next moment, with a rusty clunk sound, the elevator begins to descend at a high rate of speed. Just how far down is it going? All I can do is go with the flow. Gradually, the elevator and I are enveloped in hot, humid air. The elevator stops, and I step off as its doors open. Beyond a short passage, a dazzling light emitted from a small room which has been waiting for my arrival. In the center, the fires of hell burned, and everything made it look like this room was meant for prayer. And then it was there. It slowly moved around the enormous sconce from which flames and ash rose. The lizard looks to have suddenly mutated. Its outer shell is a mucus membrane type, whatever that word is. It just stares at me, and with surprisingly comfortable speed, it looks for a chance to attack. Here, I fired the gun at its large body, or I am no match for this enemy with the weapons I am carrying. Running is the best bet. I want to run. I'm curious. I want to do everything different from the original game. I was overwhelmed by its size. I've got to escape. I don't stand a chance with a feeble weapon in my pocket. I look for an escape route. However, the entrance I came through is now closed by a thick, solid metal fence, without any opening which I could slide through. I cannot escape. At that moment, a part of my memory was suddenly awakened. Definitely in the library or in the teacher's room. Teacher's room. The phone call I received, Cheryl's cries dance about in my memory. That's right. I cannot let myself die here. Cheryl is waiting somewhere for me to rescue her. She is still alive. I raise my head. Its hard scales shined in the light from the hell fires. It must have a weak point. If I could just hit that. I stood my ground and waited for its attack. I let it draw as close as I could, inside its mouth. If I could just fire blindly in there. It had drawn close, and then its mouth sprung open. I looked as if it were planning to swallow me whole. My fingers trembled at its size. I could no longer hesitate. I aimed at the inside of its mouth and quickly pulled the trigger. Over and over. Over and over. The sound of gunshots rang out from my weapon for as long as I had ammunition. Then I lost consciousness. When I came to, I found myself in the middle of a dark room. Where is this? I wondered to myself. The monster from before has vanished. I heavily stood up and then waited motionless for a bit until my eyes came into focus somehow. Somehow it looks to be the boiler room. It is oddly quiet. Maybe I was dreaming? I was very exhausted. Or my very exhausted body seems to have also recovered somehow. The low hum of the boilers strangely calms my nerves, and then I sense the presence of a person and I shift my gaze. There was a girl standing there. She was wearing dark blue clothing, and her light brown hair was neatly combed. The girl was just staring right at me. Once I noticed her and began to step towards her, she completely disappeared, as if her body just dissolved into the air in the room. I was alone in the room again. What was that? A strange feeling of relief. After standing for a bit, I let out a long breath and then placed my hand on the door at the entrance. sunlight is shining into the hall of the school building. As usual, the snow is still outside, but I am gripped with a strange feeling of relief, as if cancerous cells had just been removed from me. Filled with relief, I slowly walk towards the exit of the school building, and then I learn that Cheryl is not here, from the loud sound of the church bells that seem to call out to me. I begin to run towards the church on a road half covered in mud. Snow falls above my head, some of which freezes my hair as chilly air flows by. When I reach the church, I push open the heavy door without hesitation. A cross is mounted on the front wall. Long benches are lined up on both sides of a small walkway. It was as if time had stopped for this familiar style church. In front of the altar, a sly-looking woman with cold eyes looks down at me with an eerie grin. As I walked up to her, stepping one step at a time, she gazed at me without blinking. She looked as if she had predicted that I would arrive. "Were you ringing that bell?" The woman snorted with a humph. "I have been expecting you. It was foretold by gyromancy." "What are you talking about?" "I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?" "The girl? You're talking about Cheryl?" My eyes grew wide. "I see everything. You know something. Tell me." "Stay back." The woman held the palm of her hand out at me, and then lowered her chin in a way that suggested, "Please calm down." Nothing is to be gained by floundering about at random. You must follow the path of the hermit, concealed by Flauros. "What? What are you talking about?" I asked once more, without hiding my bewilderment. "Here, the Flauros. A cage of peace. It can break through the walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the other world. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital before it's too late." The woman held up a strange object and then softly placed on the desk on top of the altar. "Wait! Don't go yet!" "I will. Believe that woman's story." "Her story was unclear. I don't understand it. I cannot just carelessly believe her." I thought that insane woman's behavior and the tales of her story were questionable. All that remains in the church is the reverberations of the sound of a door closing. I go after that woman. I am convinced that woman definitely knows some secret of some sort. However, the knob on the door that she went through will not turn at all. It must be locked from the other side. Damn! Now I am the only one left in the church. Almost as if taken from a nightmare. This space has heat. This warmth, it feels like it is protecting me from something. That is the best way to describe the heat. I move away from the door and begin walking to the altar that woman was at. The object that the woman was just holding has been placed there. The Flauros. That is certainly what that woman had called this. I try picking it up, and then I place it back on top of the desk right away. It is power. The overwhelming power of the gods rests inside this four-sided object. It was a sensation like an electrical current passing into the palm of my hand, and then power moving throughout every nook and cranny of my body. I pick it up once more. This time I calmly take it into my hand and then place it in my pocket. For some reason, I am convinced that this object will help me find Cheryl. Pick up the key that was next to the Flauros, open the door of the church, and rush out into the heatless snow world again. Hospital. That woman certainly said something about one. Alkaima Hospital. The only hospital I can find on the map was that one. I catch my breath as I exhaled while I headed toward the entertainment district. The bridge to the entertainment district has been raised so that boats can pass by in the river below. In other words, it is split in the middle and is fixed in a raised position. It makes it look like the Japanese katakana character, right? Alright, I gotta fix my mic again. Hold on. Actually, I gotta pull out my pop filter too. I'm hearing popping. Hold on. Hold on. Awkward pause, I know. I'm gonna take a couple of these because I'm like half asleep. My voice is too, even. I enter the nearby drawbridge control room, place the key I was holding into the control panel, and forcefully turn it to the right. While emitting a sound like an old woman laughing, the bridge finally begins to lower, inviting me to the entertainment district. After crossing the bridge, I shudder. The temperature is gradually declining, or maybe it was just a result of the thing inside me that produces nervousness and fear. On this wide road, there is not a single motorcycle running. I am running right down the center of it. If I continue forward, Alkema Hospital should be on the right. An old building appears in the thick fog. On the signboard, Alkema appears in faded letters. Its eeriness caused me to hesitate for an instant. But in the next moment, I place my hand on the cold gate. I open the heavy hospital gate, and then open the door directly to my right that has entrance written on it. The inside of the hospital is wrapped in silence. To the left, there is a reception area in which various papers are neatly placed on a shelf. Waiting benches are lined up along the back of this hall, and a television is pointed at them. I do not feel the presence of any patients or even any people. Only faint light pours in through the windows from the cloudy sky. The hall is filled with a trace scent of alcohol, which penetrates my nose. I begin walking. After passing through the waiting room, I reach a long corridor. I open the door marked Examination Room. At almost the exact same time as I opened the door, a man inside jumped out of his chair. He is holding a handgun in his right hand. I hid behind the door in panic, or immediately counterattack with my gun. I'm being a little bitch in this playthrough, so we're definitely hiding behind the door in panic. Wait! I hold my right hand out to try and stop the man. Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight! The man calms down and lowers his readied right arm. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation. I said all of this without pausing, and then the man took a deep breath and began to speak. Thank God. Another human being. Do you work here? I was truly relieved. Silent Hill, which has become a habitat for strange monsters. Those words showed his candid questioning of the situation. I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital, so maybe you could tell me what's going on. The man who called himself Kaufman once again stirs in the chair he was sitting in. I really can't say. I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared, and it's snowing out this time of year. He looks off at the floor of the examination room. There, the corpse of a still warm monster lay on its side. Something's gone seriously wrong. Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such aberrations? Ever even heard of such things? You and I both know. Creatures like that don't exist. Yeah. And then I turned to face him as I realized something. Have you seen a little girl anywhere? I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7. Short, black hair. She's missing? I'm sorry, but with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you? She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter. I see. I'm sorry. Well, I better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing. So long. Good luck out there. Bang. The examination room shuts. Door shuts powerlessly. Dr. Michael Kaufman. Oddly enough, I have completely memorized that name. Huh? I suddenly notice that there is something on the floor that looks like a white scrap of paper. What is this? I pick it up. Letters have been disorderly scribbled on it. Arrival tomorrow morning. Be prepared. What is this? Check to see if there's anything else, or go after Kaufman. Let's check to see if there's anything else. I carefully look around on the floor, but doesn't appear that anything else interesting has been dropped. I look all around the examination room. Up until a short time ago, this was just a normal room in a hospital, with its various instruments and tools all about, each aptly arranged per function. Only people have been erased from this normal scene, making the situation unnatural. Alright. I leave the examination room, I pass through the medicine room, and reach a planked floor corridor that silently extends in an L shape. I moved forward and found that there was an elevator with a large door at the end of the corridor. I try pressing the buttons beside it. Nothing happens. It looks like the power is off. There are several doors in the corridor. I begin opening each one in order. I open the door marked meeting room, head inside, and close the door behind me. A large table rests in the center of this room, and I notice that there is something glittering on top of it. I grasp the light green key, leave the room, and once again step into the chilly corridor. The next room looks to be the kitchen. I guess that the food for patients is probably prepared here. Various bronze cooking utensils are neatly arranged in order on the stainless steel countertop. It does not appear that anything terribly important is here. I carefully look through the various cooking utensils. Inside a large pot, there is nothing at all. While continuing the search to see if there might be some clue here or not, I notice that on the far wall, various objects have been scattered about. I carefully move forward on the wet floor as not to slip. Something is there. I reach out my hand towards the thing in front of me. I either pick up the pet bottle or pick up the kitchen knife. Do the pet bottle. I move past one of the sinks and notice an empty pet bottle sitting on the end of the counter. Perhaps this might come in handy for something. I mutter this and grab the empty pet bottle, not pot. Then I leave the kitchen. After leaving the kitchen, I head right and place my hand on the first door that I come to. I notice the words, Director's Office, out of the corner of my eyes. As I open the door, from inside the room, a strong stench overflows outward and causes me to feel dizzy. Someone has ransacked the room. Behind a desk that probably belongs to the director, several bottles have been broken, leaving red and blue liquid spilled all over the floor. If I use the pet bottle, I can either scoop up the red liquid, scoop up the blue liquid, or scoop up the mixture of purple liquid. Let's do that one. Purple. I get out the pet bottle and use a fragment of the bottom section of one of the broken bottles to pour the purple liquid into it. The sticky liquid drips into the pet bottle. The last drop lingered, but once it finally hit the surface of the liquid already inside the pet bottle, I tightly closed the cap and then left the director's office. I crept out into the corridor once more and stood in front of the door that was closest to the elevator. I opened the door, and the reverberations of the sounds of it opening and then closing shake my eardrums. The walls are made of concrete, and a few steps in, a staircase leading to the basement extends like the folds inside the body of a snake. It is dark and difficult to see, but it looks like there is a door at the bottom of the staircase. Be brave, I mutter to myself. Leaving only the echoes of my footsteps, I descend the staircase to hell one step at a time, and then I open the door leading to darkness. I could see that the electricity was most likely out in the entire hospital. I pressed the switch on the flashlight on my chest and tried lighting the area. It is creepy, and yet there is nothing noticeably out of place. Chilly air drifts from the cold concrete, and it seems as if touching it would completely rob my body of its warmth. While moving through the corridor, I try opening the doors as I come to them. Of them, one opens with a creak. Emergency generator is written on the machine that occupies most of the room. To reach the second floor and above, it did not look like there was any method other than using the elevator. So without hesitation, I turned the machine on. I immediately head for the elevator. I press the up button. Heavy sound of the motor and the sounds of metal parts coming into contact with each other almost sound like intertwined screams. With a ding, the elevator stops and its doors slowly open. The inside of the elevator is large, seems to be about big enough to accept 3 hospital beds. Buttons for each floor are lined up to the right of the elevator door. They are marked 3, 2, 1 and B from the top down. First, I head to the second floor. However, after I step off the elevator, I find that the door connected to the corridor that leads to the rooms on this floor is locked. With no alternative, I try heading to the third floor, but I find that it is in the same state. Well, what now? I have already tried moving to every floor. With nothing else to do, I re-entered the elevator and then could not believe my eyes. With the buttons for each floor, 3 was definitely the highest floor just before. In spite of that, a new 4 button has been added. The elevator doors open with a familiar sound and I step out onto the 4th floor. Again, I think, a condition extremely similar to that which I encountered after passing through the basement, and the clock tower at the elementary school was present right in front of me. Dark red rusted walls, metal grated floors, and a ringing in my ears that seems to creep up from the depths of hell as a menace to my mental state. I open the door in front of me, and a long corridor extends beyond it. I very carefully move forward while keeping my eyes fixed on the wall. Could Cheryl be here? The only way to find out to search this place. Huh. I could hear something in the darkness in front of me. It sounds like the groan of something dragging on the ground. The owner of that groan is slowly closing in on me, but I cannot see what it is for sure with the faint light of my flashlight. I instantly ready my gun or leave the area. I've been a little bitch in this playthrough. Maybe I should just man up finally. I want to try leaving. I want to try doing everything different in the OG. I am in danger. I try running away. However, I can hear the owner of that eerie groan pursuing me from behind. I thought that maybe it was echoing off the walls, but that is not the case. I became aware of my situation. I am clearly surrounded. There is nowhere to run to. I have no choice. It is probably not human. I firmly grip the gun, position my finger on the trigger, and begin to walk towards it with the gun ready beside my face. Eventually, something white enters my field of vision. I adjust aim, the flashlight on my chest with my hand and shine light on it. English. The monster has a very large hump on its back, which twitches and moves as if it were alive. In one hand, it holds a knife, which it waves as it approaches me. In the instant I readied my gun, the monster began to run. By the time I realized this, it slashed at me. I instantly dodged the attack. And thanks to that... Damn! I kick it in the face with the bottom of my shoe, and it falls down on its back, then begins to stand for its next attack. I close my left eye and steady my aim. Even after one shot hit, its movement does not change at all. Looks a lot different. I fire more bullets at it. It is laughing. In a voice great enough to shake the entire world, it laughs as its face twists and distorts. I cannot give up. When the final bullet loaded into my gun hits, it finally stops laughing. This time, it's face down, and I begin crushing it with my foot. This is insane. Another monster approaches from behind the corpse of the first one. At this rate, all the bullets in the world would not be enough. All I can do is run. Run past the monster in front of me, or run past the monster behind me. Let's do behind me. I turn around and begin to run towards the monster that was behind me. Evading the large swings of its knife, I run down the dark corridor, occasionally stumbling. I am thinking about Cheryl. Even if she's held prisoner somewhere in this hospital, there is no guarantee that I can rescue her. In fact, there is no reason that the staircase I am descending should lead me to Cheryl. I begin to think that all of my current actions are all meaningless. However, generally speaking, since I arrived in Silent Hill, no, since the day before leaving for Silent Hill, no, even longer ago, since the day I met Cheryl, perhaps I have had no choice in my actions, that they have been determined by the someone's will. As I continue to the base of the stairs, I contemplate, what if my life up to this point had just been on one track? As I descend the stairs, my ears began ringing again. The ringing is so forceful that it cannot even be compared to before, and it forces me to squat down. What in the world has happened? Perhaps I have opened a door to hell, a door that should never be opened. Something is clearly changing, and it is for the worst. Going back will not be permitted. I must move forward. Forward! I put my hands together on my head, and then squeeze my temples tightly by using my elbows. The ringing then begins to sound like a demon is whispering in my ears. However, it doesn't stop. I blindly begin to run. Even if I am to die in this madland, I must save my beloved Cheryl first. Believing that the answers are beyond the door, I know that I must discover at least one clue. Several overlapping square figures are shaking in time with the sound of my heart. It is the wall at the end of the area. Another wall lies perpendicular to it. There is a door present on this wall with a plate on it that says storehouse. Some chemicals have been placed on a table that is next to the door. There are three beakers of different sizes and a test tube. The test tube contains a liquid that is of a different color to that which is in the leftmost beaker. I found a memo. Oh god. To create it, you must come up with one delector of liquid and pour it into the test tube. No more or no less, that man had said, but there are no graduations on the beakers. What? This makes it impossible to come up with one delector something using the 3 large beakers. Explanation of the controls. Use D-pad to select a beaker that contains liquid and then confirm with the A button. Then choose the beaker that you wish to move the liquid to and press the A button to move the liquid. Using the 10 selector, 7 something and 5 something beakers, you must create an amount of exactly 1. Oh god, here we fucking go again, dog. The door won't budge an inch. Do you choose this one? I don't know. Do I have to think? Which beaker will you move the liquid to? I don't know. Without spilling any. Do I choose that one? I don't know. Do I, like, fill it up or something? I don't know. Spill it. Oh god, it's in Japanese. That's critical, apparently. Huh? Doing that makes sense. Whoops. How do you get out of this? Oh, there you go. Are there buttons for this? I know. That spam account say spam account or dev? What the fuck? Incredible name, bro. Dog, I'm not doing this. I don't like. I did not know there were puzzles in this fucking game. How do I do this? Tell me how to do this. Oh, the 3 jars. Yeah, it's very simple. I know. What do I do? I don't know. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Whoops. Okay. Put it all here. So I was right with A to C. I was actually right with C to B too. A to B. B to C. C to A. B to C. A to B. Oops. Hold on. We can put that back. Right. Damn. Fucked it up, dog. C to B. A to B. B to C. C to A. B to C. A to B. Yep, totally got it. Wow. First try. Holy shit, dog. Totally didn't use Games Facts for that. Oh my god. I need some water. I melted the chain on the door. Thank you very much. Play novel. With the completed liquid. Alright, here we go. The door slowly opens with a click. Inside the storehouse, nothing important looking stands out. A carefully edged between the simple metal shelves that have been placed here in a specific arrangement. However, nothing is here that makes this room worthy of being called a storehouse. I am drawn towards the cabinet in the back of this room. This is because I found the presence of the wooden cabinet strange and unsuitable for this simple room. I approach the cabinet and try to open it. However, it will not budge. Well, I will look at the floor under the cabinet, or I will look inside of the cabinet, or I will look on top of the cabinet. Look under the floor. If there's an important clue inside this cabinet, then I should be able to open it right away, but then I gradually come to understand that there is no need to do so. The necessity of the cabinet here is as thin as anything could be used to satisfy the requirement. If something is needed to block my path, then a bunch of stones could work just as well. I thought this as I looked at the scratches on the floor that were the same width as the cabinet. The marks on the floor are still fresh. They tell me that some other human probably came down here. Is there something beyond this cabinet? Using my body weight, what the fuck? I slowly push the cabinet from its original position. The existence of the inviting door behind the cabinet seems completely natural, so of course I place my hand on it. The room is very inorganic. While shining my flashlight about, I move through the room and eventually discover a grate in the floor. From between the bars and the grate, I can see a staircase that leads to a lower floor. The grate makes a clunk sound as I open it. It is quite heavy. Even though I am sure of its strength, do not believe that I could pick it up. After opening the grate enough so that I can pass through it, I gently place one foot on the staircase that has appeared. Slowly and cautiously, confirming each step as I go, I descend the staircase to a mad place in which light cannot reach. Finally, I reach a wide room, much wider than I imagined. I guess this based on the echoes of my footsteps. Run. I am running. Through this eerie space that lies in the basement of the hospital. It is lifeless, and there is no light. All I can do is run through it. Does this world have an end, or did it even have a beginning? Everywhere I go, all that I do is solve the mysteries that appear one after the other, and then move on. I understand this, and expect that the same situation will continue. Still, all I can do is move forward. My thinking always results in this conclusion. This door has awaited me. I slowly turn the knob. The inside of this room is different from the ones I have encountered up to this point, and I can feel life in here. There are traces and a sense that someone was in this room. I softly pick up the picture frame that was displayed on the desk. Alessa. That is engraved on the picture frame. I gaze at the picture. It is a face that I think I have seen somewhere. I try to remember where as hard as I can, but in the end, I cannot remember at all. I am sure I have met this girl somewhere. And more than just once. A diary has been placed next to the picture frame. If I reach out with my hand, I pick up the diary or I pick up the picture. Diary. Something is written in the diary. April 15th. From today, this will be my new diary. Lisa secretly gave this to me as a present, and it means that soon I should be able to take my bandages off. A bird landed on a branch of the tree outside my window. I gazed at it for a bit. Seeing those beautiful colors, I thought again that it must be spring. I wish I could play outside like the other children. It is now afternoon, and they have come again. I pretended to be asleep, and it looks like they did not notice. They talk quietly, as not to be heard outside my room. I do not understand the meaning of what they discussed. They never talk in this room, I thought. April 16th. Someone is talking outside my room. It sounds serious, but it doesn't seem to be about me. Perhaps it's because it doesn't want to disturb me. Even the hospital director has not come to see me much lately. I don't like the director very much, so I am honestly quite happy. April 16th. P.S. By some strange chance, I learned a certain person is coming to visit me. April 17th. Everyone has been in a rush for some reason since before sunrise this morning. Something about a dead person coming back to life. Does that really happen? It is a frightening story. Because of that, my meal was a little late. The cold soup is disappointing. Suddenly, I remembered him. Maybe he has forgotten me, but I definitely remember him. Lately, I think of him often. I want to see him. It looks like my visitor is coming in the evening on the day after tomorrow. Before then, just once. April 18th. It is finally tomorrow. I will not tell anyone about this. If I tell anyone, they will probably strap me to my bed. Before they arrive, the friend that can share my feelings, the only one. I wonder if she will realize this. Tonight I will go to bed early. April 19th. I must get out of here. For the first time in a while, I have wore my favorite pendant. Does it look good on me? I will write about the results here tomorrow. April 20th. The last page is blank. I place the diary under my arm and prepare to leave the room. However, my eyes once again returned to the picture frame that the diary had been placed next to. She was all alone, but I have Cheryl. The girl in the picture is appealing to me for something. In the painful silence, I can feel a spiritual message. After wavering, I removed the picture from the frame and slid it into my pocket, and I left the room. Alessa, just who is she? And why was her picture on display in the deep basement of the hospital? And where was that strange feeling of a life that I sensed in that room coming from? I am unable to figure any of it out. And so I am irritated. I heard for the examination room on the first floor, or I head for it on the first floor. All the mysteries of the hospital are surely prepared in that room. Believing so, I race up the stairs while having difficulty breathing. When I open the door to the examination room, I feel the presence of a person and stop moving. The inside of the room is dark. Someone is here. Who is it? Slowly approach. Fired a gun. Slowly approach. Once the woman realized that I was a human, she ran towards me and threw her arms around like a child would. Finally, someone else who's okay. After mumbling those words in a tearful voice, she held me more tightly. Who are you? My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours? Harry Mason. After we exchanged our simple introductions, I sat in the chair and she sat on the bed so that we were facing each other. The woman that called herself Lisa had blonde hair and an intelligent look to her. Maybe she might know something. At the moment I was about to speak, the woman began talking. Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to, everyone was gone. Her voice did not feel like it was coming from her body. It was accompanied by a strange reverberation. It's awful. So you don't know anything either? Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream. As I select my words, I have a feeling that even my own words are not coming from my body. Let me ask you. Yeah, a living nightmare. Let me ask you. Have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old? I mutter. Cheryl, in a voice that Lisa would not hear. A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter? Yes, a 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry. That's alright. That was just as I expected, but I continue asking questions without showing my disappointment. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement? No. Why? Is there something down there? You don't know? Don't you work here? We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. After changing the subject to the hospital basement, I began to notice that my thoughts were becoming muddy. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there? Well, I try as hard as I can to remember the pitiful sight of that room in the basement. However, in trying to trace my memory back to then, that ringing, which had been gone for a while, returned to my ears. A sound like the bells of that church runs through my head. Ugh, damn! My head! What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry. Lisa has vanished. After a while, I notice that my body is freezing cold. It is as if I am dead, but I am clearly conscious. Where is Lisa? I was definitely talking to her in this examination room. I no longer feel the evil presence that I felt in this room. No, in this entire hospital, up until just before. From the window, soft light is pouring into the room. Was I dreaming? As I slowly get up, I hear the sound of a door opening. I instantly look towards the source of the sound. The creepy woman I met at the church was standing there with an expressionless look on her face. You were too late. It's you. Yes, Dahlia Gillespie. Tell me everything you know. What's going on? Darkness, she responded before I was even done speaking. The town is being devoured by darkness. The woman continues while maintaining a devout look. Strength must overcome petty desire. Childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. Believe the evidence of your eyes. So I should believe the evidence of my eyes. I understand. I am in a situation in which I can only believe what I have seen with my own eyes. The other church in this town. That is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town? So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean? It's the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed. Hey, wait! Well, I'm waiting, dog. It just fucking freeze. Oh, God. That's great. That's amazing. It just froze. That's cool. That is so awesome, actually. Yeah, you're gonna be hidden. Nobody cares, bro. Well, that's something. What does it look like here on my own thing? Wait, where is it? Oh. Huh. Emulator is still active. The game is frozen, though. Oh man, is this what's happening to the other person I saw do this? I saw somebody else do this. And they said that they were having issues with this game. But I didn't know if they played this or the PC version. Let's see here. That's really unfortunate if that is actually like a thing. Well, save state is not going to matter because it's frozen. Huh. That's really strange. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see if this skips at all by any chance. Alright, cool. That part works. See where it saves. It does save, like, automatically. It opens up there. Alright. Should be right here. Let's see what happens. This is way before Gillespie. There we go. Thank God this thing saves automatically. Holy shit. Hey, wait. No, it didn't freeze. Cool. Alright, we're back. Dahlia Gillespie. She places an oddly shaped key on an examination table with a tap, spins around, heads to the door, and then opens it. I open the door that she closed and roll out into the hospital corridor, but she is nowhere to be seen. The other church. But if I exclude the church I already visited, I do not see any time or anything that looks like a church on the map. I slowly open the phone book attached to the payphone in the corridor. In there, a mark is present to guide me, is next to the phone number for an antique shop in the northeast area of the shopping district. The door to the antique shop is ominously open. The open door connects to a staircase leading down to the basement. At the end of the stairs, there is another door. I insert the key I was carrying and slowly turn it. The inside of the shop is small. I take a look around using my flashlight and find that the place is such a mess that it looks almost as if it has been ransacked by a thief. Is something here? At first glance, I don't think that there's anything here that concerns me. However, I did not miss that which was hidden behind a shelf. I move the shelf step by step, and an eerie passage leading in the darkness appears. What's this? Harry! I look back towards the familiar voice. Sybil? Sybil, who should have left for the next town over to call for backup, was there. I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts. What are you doing here? I thought you left town. I saw you going here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too. What about my daughter? Did you see her? I did not see a girl. My heart began to beat faster. Was it Cheryl? I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but... And you just let her go? Where was it? On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated. What? So then Cheryl... It was like she was walking on thin air. An uncomfortable silence occurs between the two of us. What about you? Anything? Yeah. I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her? Dahlia Gillespie. No. And? She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means? Darkness devouring the town. Must be on drugs. They sell them to tourists. The force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled. Drugs. Sybil's response was far from what I had imagined, so I shake my head back and forth. What could drug trafficking have to do with all this? I really don't know, but maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. Sybil looked slightly irritated and took a long breath. Then she shifted her gaze to the passage behind the shelf. What's this? Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there. Let's have a look. Sybil. I will go first. I will let Sybil go first. She can go. I cannot beat her bravery. Even though I look like this, I am a police officer. Please trust me. I will stay here. If anything looks wrong, then yell back to me. Sybil brightly smiled and then disappeared into the darkness. After a bit, I was not longer able to hear the echoes of her footsteps from the passage. It looks like the passage is longer than I thought. I took another look around the disorganized antique shop. The shop in itself is just beyond the bottom of the stairs leading down from the entrance. Inside, it looks like what I would expect an antique shop to look like, as it was all cozy and such. So things like that passage leading deeper in are unimaginable. Drowsiness is threatening my consciousness. It is not unreasonable. We left past midnight without sleeping. A wink. I have been walking all over town while searching for Cheryl. I am on the verge of falling asleep. A scream from what I think was Sybil brought me round. I know I heard it. Energetically stand up and rush into the passage. There was something at the end of the passage. Something dangerous is... I made my way into the room at the end of the passage. It is small, and the smell of something having been burned is in the air. Once I saw an altar appear in the darkness, I realized that this is the church that Dahlia was talking about. I look around the area. An axe had been on display on the wall, but nothing else stands out. While shaking my head, I decided to try going back through the passage I came from. And at that moment, a light bright enough to make me look away emanates from the altar. I think I heard the sound of a giant match being stuck, and then two enormous pillars of flame rose from the altar as if a ritual were beginning or something. Even at the distance I am at, I can feel the heat from those flames. My surprise and that heat caused me to fall into a state of barely being conscious, and then I gradually lose myself until I finally end up lying face down on the concrete floor. And the coldness that remained in the floor was drawn away by the heat as my consciousness grew distant. Riri, are you okay? Harry? Harry? Where am I? Harry? Lisa? Then I am in the hospital. You were having a bad dream. Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay? I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about. Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie? Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since. Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The town. Devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion, weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd be summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around her all the time. Before the resort, there wasn't really anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out. Gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in, and everybody clammed up about it. A cult. Last time I heard anything about it, it was, gosh, years ago, when several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up. Lisa is... The reverberation of Lisa's "I'll shut up" remained in my ears. I wonder how long had I been asleep. I found myself in that antique shop again, lying face down in the same position I was just in a short while ago. Was that another dream? Did I pass out again? I don't want to think so, but maybe this is all just going on in my head. I could have had a car accident, and now I'm lying unconscious in a hospital bed. I don't know what's real anymore. Sybil said Cheryl was heading towards the lake, but the road to the lake is blocked. Aren't there any other roads? Lisa would probably know. Although I am limited in what I can do, I still have one piece of information for finding Cheryl, so I cannot just remain here. I energetically stand up, open the door of the antique shop, and rush back into the town. The town has turned into the nightmarish world. It's as if danger in this town increases with every second. In order to find Lisa, I turn on the flashlight on my chest and begin to run at full speed. I left the antique shop with the intention of reuniting with Lisa, but I discover that all the roads leading to the hospital are blocked. With no other choice, I enter the shopping mall, town center, and the shopping district. Inside, everything has naturally changed to the other world as well. I can hear the groans of monsters in the vicinity, and it would not be surprising if they attacked at any moment. The floor has changed to metal grating, and this building looks as if it's been left in ruins for several hundred years. Large monitors have been placed in the hall at the entrance to greet shoppers. After wandering around the first floor and finding nothing interesting, I begin heading up the powered down escalator. And at that moment, suddenly, light overflows from out of the monitors in the hall. A bound Cheryl is displayed on the screens. Daddy, help me. Cheryl! I turn around and run back down the escalator towards the first floor hall. The image of Cheryl on the monitors then begins to get more and more fuzzy until it dissolves into video static on the picture tube. And then, in place of Cheryl, an eerie crest is displayed. It looked a lot like that, which I saw in the courtyard of the elementary school. I pound on the monitors. I pound with all my strength, as if I believed that Cheryl is trapped inside the picture tube. However, Cheryl's image did not appear again. I am convinced. Cheryl was definitely taken away by someone and is being held by them, and she is waiting for me to rescue her. I must hurry, I say to myself. Alright. Search the second floor or search the first floor? Let's do the first one. Instead of going up to the second floor, I decided to check out the first floor. Dilapidated department stores can be seen through the metal gratings. Everything is scattered about, and a giant spider web, bigger than any I have ever seen, stretches throughout the area. I walked along the fence that bordered the first floor. After passing by a show window with mannequins, I came to a walled-off space. Sand is spread all over the open area inside, and it is lit by incandescent light from above. At first glance, I thought it was outside. There appears to be a high ceiling that cannot be seen so well in the dark. There's a circular hole in one of the metal gratings that surrounds the area. From there, I can enter the area. I bent down and stepped into the walled-off area. Upon moving in just a bit, I find a rifle. I pick up the rifle at my feet and try readying it. As I do so, an unspeakably unpleasant tremor comes from below me, and it shakes my entire body. It is not something that I can see. It decide this because I felt it only from below me. I can clearly tell that something with a long body, like a caterpillar, is moving around below me. As I move, it moves in the same direction, so it is obvious that it is aiming for me as it moves. And then it shows itself. It is a giant caterpillar about 5 meters long. It sprays a green liquid from its fierce tusk-covered mouth. I could tell that the liquid is poisonous just from looking at it, and that it is definitely being discharged towards me. I did not dodge in time, so some of that liquid got on my arm. The pain is sharp. Red is rising up where the poisonous liquid got on me as it's dissolving the components of my skin. Damn! Fire the rifle or run. Alright, time to man up, Harry. Fire. I am in danger now. I once again readied the rifle that I just picked up, and then I rained bullets into the creature that has appeared above ground. Green fluid began to leak from its abdomen, so it twisted its large body and once again burrowed underground. A steel plate is conveniently lying in the middle of the area. If I can get on top of it, then I should be able to avoid direct attack. However, I move onto the steel plate or stay where I am. We'll move. After moving onto the steel plate, I discovered one problem with doing so. I can no longer tell where it is coming from. I can only go with my intuition, just where it is going to appear from. I gamble. Behind, front, side. Go to the side. From the side, I ready the rifle with my right hand. I can quickly attack to the left, but it will take a little time to attack to the right. So I wager on the left. I calm my breathing so that I will be able to fire as soon as I see it. However, it went against my prediction and appeared behind me. Won't make it in time. As soon as I turned around, a shower of poisonous liquid sprayed from its mouth and fell all over my face. Ugh! I could not even speak. I wiped my face with my hands. This time I felt a pain of burning on the palms of my hands. I aimed at it and pulled the trigger over and over. The sounds of an explosion and then a scream repeat over and over, and a great tremor shakes the earth and it escapes underground. Without resting, I stand, because my intuition tells me that Cheryl is in danger. I leave the town center. Perhaps the caterpillar from before was blocking my path to the hospital, as my route was just been blocked until now, was now restored. The entire town seemed like the insides of an enormous living thing. If a part of it is treated, then a part of it is destroyed. If a part of it disappears, then a part of it appears. I get the feeling that I am wandering about within a living organism that has become a labyrinth. Interesting choice of words there. Alright. Gotta redo my monitoring again. Hold up. Alright, I think I'm good now. I opened the gate to the hospital, and then energetically opened the door of the examination room. Inside, Lisa was waiting for me. Waiting for me. There you go. Harry! She changes from looking completely exhausted and rushes over to me in an innocent, childlike way. Glad you're okay. Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone. I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. I lightly hug Lisa and gently draw away. I then speak while looking into her eyes. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake? The lake? You take Bachman Road. The road's blocked. Recall what Sybil told me. Well, that's the only way out there. Are you sure? There's gotta be another way. Lisa places her hand on her chin and thinks for a bit. And then her eyes open wide as if she's realized something. Wait, I just remembered something. What? There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake. Really? You think I could get to the lake from there? We've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out. If there's a chance, I've got to try. Lisa embraces me again just as I think that her face is beginning to look tearful. Harry, don't go. I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it. This one room in an empty hospital, in this state in which monsters could kick in the door and enter at any time. She has no weapons with which to defend herself with, so her being griped with fear is only natural. What should I do? Take Lisa with me or leave Lisa here? Curious what that one is. I speak. How about coming with me? This may not be the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you. No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry, I'm so scared. I'm cold. I waver. Is it okay for me to leave Lisa alone? But then what will happen to Cheryl? Cheryl has only me to depend on. My concern for Cheryl cannot be compared with my concern for Lisa. After all, she is my daughter. Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter. Perhaps those words rang cold for Lisa, but there's nothing that can be done. I must save my daughter. Harry? I leave the hospital, the water supply installation near the elementary school. I was told that I could go through those sewers and reach the lake that Cheryl was heading towards. I must hurry. As I began to run, I felt something fly over my head. It looks like something is flying in circles in the sky above me, but it is dark, so I cannot see it so well. I climb the metal stairs of the building across the street and then head up to the roof. What? What is this? A giant moth. I guess I didn't completely kill it. The caterpillar that I shot at the town center has followed me here. It has matured. It dances against the black sky. It is looking down to me. In addition to the poison that it can discharge from its mouth, it now has a stinger which to stick me with. I'm in danger. Fire the rifle while avoiding or hide in the shadows of the buildings. Nope. Harry is becoming delusional. He just wants to get this over with. Fire! I fire the rifle. However, it is adept in the air and evades my aim, leaving the bullet to hit only air before being swallowed by the darkness. Calm down, I told myself. I must focus on only one target. Abdomen, wings, head. I aim at its head. I rest the heavy rifle on my shoulder, and while being careful not to let any sweat get in my eyes, I place my finger on the trigger. Like many creatures, this monster has a brain. That is what I will shoot and destroy. But my target is quiet, narrow, and small. The sound of my first shot reverberates into the night. But the bullet just grazes its head and disappears off into the darkness. Damn! But I do not give up. I must get closer to my opponent. But if I draw it in, then I must be ready, as doing so would be accompanied by danger. I avoid a shower of poison. Fortunately, the wind has begun to blow. To adjust its wings to the wind takes all of its strength, and it appears to be having a difficult time attacking me. This is my chance. I once again steady my aim, and then I pull the trigger twice in a row. In that moment, its head vanished from its body all at once. Without its control, Without its control tower, those wings and poison tusks were just that, and they fell like a rag between the buildings. The nightmare still continues. After passing through the sewers connected to the water supply installation near the elementary school, I came up in the most popular part of Silent Hill, the lakeside tourist spot. However, in spite of this, there is no reason to expect anyone to be here. The area is wrapped in darkness and in a condition in which it would be impossible to even walk around without a flashlight. First, I decide to enter Annie's bar, which lies on the road to the lake. As I approach the door, I notice what sounds like a struggle coming from the other side. When I open the door inside, Kaufman is there. Dr. Michael Kaufman. That is certainly what he said his name was. A monster has him cornered. His back is against the wall of the bar and he is out of breath. He did not notice me come into the bar and looked as if he had lost all hope. I pointed my gun at the monster and fired. Even after the monster had died, the cry like a metallic twisting, Kaufman just stared into the air, looking completely worn out. "Are you okay?" As I spoke to him weakly, as he weakly stood up, brushed his pants twice, and then slowly looked towards me. "Yeah, I guess so. But I'm beat. I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?" "No, not yet. How about you?" "Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here at any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free." He looked at the darkness outside the window and clenched his fists. "I hope so," I say. "I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping out gums." He fixed his collar and then began to walk to the door. He walked as if he were incredibly hungry, and when he reached the door, I asked him the question that had been on my mind for quite some time. "Kaufman, ask him about Alessa. Show him the picture of Alessa." Show him the picture. "Do you know this girl?" His hand, which he had placed on the doorknob, paused for a moment, and then he looked back at me. I hold a picture of Alessa in my hand. Upon seeing it, a look of horror appears on Kaufman's face, and he freezes. "You... just who in the hell are you?" I was unable to understand the meaning of his question. In the next instant, Kaufman turned and then left the room as if he were sucked through the door. Dr. Michael Kaufman. He definitely has some secret. While I am not sure whether it's connected to me rescuing Cheryl or not, he knows the main reason why this town has undergone transformation. I followed him, so he did not notice me. He races through the dark alleys. Perhaps it is because he is familiar with the geography here. The sound of the harsh wind blowing down from the mountains as it cuts through the eaves of the buildings hides my footsteps and my presence. I continued to carefully tail him, making sure not to lose sight of him. Finally, his small figure opened the door of a certain building, and he disappeared inside. He went into a motel, but not into one of the guest rooms. The door he went through is one of that is off limits to outsiders and only for use by employees. I press down on my heart, which feels like it's going to explode. With my left hand, open the door that Kaufman just used and head inside. Inside, ancient dust is everywhere, and the room reeks of mildew. It looks to be a garage. Oil, a sprayer, tires, and such have been placed on a dirty metal shelf. Odd. Kaufman is nowhere to be found. There is only one other door in the room, and it's slightly open. He must have went through there into another room. However, I did not go after him right away. Instead, my attention turned to the motorcycle near the wall, and I stopped. The gas tank of the motorcycle differs from the rest of the motorcycle as it is oddly clean and shiny. The motorcycle is so covered in dust that it is not possible to even distinguish what color it is. But I get the feeling that the gas tank area alone has been fiddled with by someone. I try gently opening the gas tank. Inside the gas tank, there is a black vinyl bag that is protecting a small glass bottle. At the moment I was about to reach out to, a familiar voice stopped me. "Give me that." When I turned, Kaufman was just staring at me. Glaring, even. His face white with anger. His clenched fists are shaking with rage. "What is this?" "That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here?" "You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here." Even if he had not said that, I understood. Okay. I didn't know just how important this small bottle was to him, but I didn't think that it would help me to find Cheryl, so I gave it to him. "Okay, take it easy. Unless you want to die, keep your mind on your business. Got it?" Saying that, Kaufman acts calm and leaves the garage. I think that guy's got to be involved with the local drug racket. Man, was he pissed. And in such a rush, too. That was probably dope in the bottle. Anyway, better let him do as he pleases. There's more than my life at stake. I then realize that I am wasting time and immediately leave the hotel. I check the map and then head to the greatest part of this sightseeing area, the lakeside. My visible breath brushes by my cheeks, drifting in the air as if to mark my trail, and then finally becoming one with the air around it. And then the area gradually began turning into that nightmarish world. I abruptly come to stop. This time the change is not instant like before. This town, this world seems like it is being dumped into a demon's body, and I am filled with a feeling that there is no going back. Something has changed in a way that cannot be undone. There is a road before me, so I run along on it. That is all I can do. Is there any hope? Is Cheryl alive? In this situation, in which I cannot be sure of anything, I frequently have to fight off the urge to get sick. However, I believe that I will find something if I continue forward on this road. I run across a pier, and without thinking about it, I wrench the door of a small boat stopped midway along the pier open, and then rush inside. There was already a passenger inside the boat. Sybil. Harry? Our voices revealed that we were both relieved. How did you get back here? I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence? Yeah, I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you. You were worried? Where did you disappear? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town? I condensed all the things that had happened to me into one somewhat unclear conclusion. I look at Sybil and begin to speak. This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy, and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind, but now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmares delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what the lady was talking about. Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it. Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it. I honestly revealed how I felt. Well, what's making this happen? I don't know. That either. But I do know that Cheryl is there. There? Under whoever created this darkness, Cheryl is somewhere, and she needs my help. Once I finished explaining everything, Sybil faintly smiled and looked at me as if she was worried. Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest. I was let down. This world, its state, and the reason it became like this. I understood, and I wanted Sybil to understand it as well. Even though I am a writer, I am cursed by a limited vocabulary. This is something that upsets me about myself. Sybil, as I was speaking, the door slowly opened, and I could see someone enter the room. It was not a monster, but a human. The demon is awakening, spreading those wings. Dahlia Gillespie. Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come, and what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left to seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk, and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die. Oh my god. So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl. It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it. Stop it. What do I do? Go to the lighthouse on the lake and to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are our only hope. Look, Harry, I really don't get what's going on, but if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse. Sybil, I will go to the lighthouse. I will go to the amusement park. Let's do that one. As usual, I pretended to go along with what Sybil was saying and nodded. I could not let Sybil go alone. Even if she's a cop, it would be terrible for something were to happen to her while she is trying to help my daughter. I waited for a little bit and then headed after Sybil. I decided that I could always go to the lighthouse later. Within a current of guessing that raced by like a revolving lantern, I ran towards the amusement park. I arrived. Hold on. Okay. I arrived at the amusement park by going through the sewers. In the amusement park, which has changed to the form of the other world, several of the attractions run constantly as if they were broken toys. Pass by the Ferris wheel and arrive at the merry-go-round, but this is the only attraction that is not running. While it is only natural for a ride to not be in operation, it seems unnatural for this merry-go-round to not be running. I walk around it. Clink, clink. While slipping between the horses, I look for Sybil. Quite a bit of time has passed since she came here. I suppose maybe she didn't find Cheryl and headed back to that ship, but the only way to get here is through those sewers. If she had gone back, then we should have ran across each other at some point. Huh, what is this? I slowly kneel down and try touching it. Dark green liquid is still warm. Something moved through here, and if this trail is traced, it will lead back to the source of the liquid. And then, the darkness, I see Sybil from behind. Sybil. I try calling out to her, only the low sound of the motor of the Ferris wheel echoes from afar. She should be able to hear me. I take another look at her. Damn, I just skipped the lighthouse? I thought he would just be like, I'm just gonna go to the lighthouse at some point. It'd be like, I should go with you. And then she'll be like, no, go to the lighthouse. That's literally what's been the play novel the whole time if I do something else from the original game. But they actually just straight up skip the lighthouse. That's crazy. Odd. I do not see the brave attitude that was present in her just before. She walks as if something has drained the life out of her, like she is wandering about for no reason. I approach her and call out to her once more. As I do this, Sybil staggers as she slowly turns and confirms my presence. and then, as if I am watching her in slow motion, she raises her right arm until it is parallel with the ground, and then a bullet fires from the handgun she is holding. Sybil, it's me. It's Harry. The bullet grazes my shoulder, and with a discordant metallic sound, it hits one of the wooden horses. She is coming towards me. Her eyes no longer appear to be human. The eerie red color of her eyes does not make it look like her life force has been drained, but instead, it makes it appear as if she has been possessed by some evil being. I was too late, I think. Her heart has been devoured by someone. No, by Alessa. What is there is no longer Sybil, just an alter ego of Alessa that is using Sybil's body. I ready my handgun and fire it at Sybil. I have no choice. If I do not fire, then I will be killed. If I die, then I won't be able to save Cheryl or anything. Sybil. She should be my most dependable partner, the first person I met in town and a supporter, an irreplaceable friend that risked her life to help me search for Cheryl. Now I am going to kill her in the name of rescuing my daughter. However, I have no choice. I will be killed if I do nothing. I pull the trigger. Each time I hit Sybil, I feel like I am going to pass out, and as Sybil collapses, I become aware of my error. Sybil has become just an object. I rush over to Sybil and look at her. She is on her back with her eyes wide open. I sink to the ground. Tears distort my vision. Sybil, why did this happen? At the moment I am about to touch Sybil, her back suddenly rises and begins squirming. A nasty liquid-like monster bursts out of Sybil's lifeless back. It crawls on the floor and begins to move at a speed not unthinkable for its shape. Keeping only in my sight, I pursue it. I am already exhausted and maybe in no condition to correctly judge things. And then, just as I had predicted, she appeared. Alessa, the girl that wrapped up this town and its residents in her other world. That girl carefully formed her body from out of light and appeared right in front of me. I began to talk to that demon. I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are, what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. Before I finish speaking, Alessa raises her right hand towards the sky, and then she brings her arm down, and my entire body is blown backwards. My body tumbles across the ground like a rag for about 30 meters, and then finally comes to a rest. Damn! Such incredible power. A servant of God, a demon's power. A normal person like me has no chance against her. Power is gushing out of her body, and it emits a pale light. I cannot even approach her. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, a blinding light emits from my pocket. It is that four-sided object, the Floros. Light shoots out in a straight line from each of the points of its triangles, and then eventually rises up into the air. Just as I thought that the great light and sound it was wrapped and meant that the power was greater than Alessa's, the power of the Floros, condensed, it became a beam of light and pierced Alessa's body. Just as I was just before. Alessa was blown backwards by that power, which she could not overcome. Where's Cheryl? Give me back my daughter. I was on the verge of passing out, and I thought of Cheryl. All I can do is calmly look at the unbelievable sight before me as it unfolds before my eyes. What just happened? Is Cheryl okay? However, she does not answer me. Instead, a hoarse voice passes into my thoughts, and it is accompanied by the sound of footsteps. We meet at last, Alessa. Dolly. Gillespie. Dahlia. Unable to move from my prone position, I thought about whose voice that was, and then, using all my strength, I stand After confirming that it was Dahlia in front of me, I spoke in a voice that was nearly a yell. Where's Cheryl? Where is she? Dahlia does not hear me yelling. She does not look back and looks at Alessa with a creepy smile. Alessa, this is the end of your little game. Mama. Mother? I am confused. Huh? Could she be? You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you? Alessa? I was careless, thinking of you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help. Hey, what are you talking about? My voice just echoes emptily in the darkness. Alessa, my dear little girl, there's one thing left I need you to do for me. No, get away from me. Bad girl. Everything is ready. Let's go home now. Wait, what about Cheryl? Just where is she? Give me back my daughter. My daughter, Cheryl. Lisa, what happened? Where's Alessa? And Dahlia? Harry, since before, I went to check out the basement like you said. Lisa? I was on the verge of passing out, but now I am slowly getting more and more wide awake. Lisa, you went to check out the basement? Yes, even though I was told never to go there, it was on my mind. I swallow hard. Listen to more of her story, change the subject. Let's listen. And then Lisa looks down a bit and then continues to speak. Hey Harry, do you know a man called Kaufman? The image of the pudgy man I had met several times came to mind. Yeah, I met him a few times. I believe he is a doctor at this hospital. Lisa raised her head in surprise, and her eyes opened wide. And then she let out a long sigh. Yes, for a long time, that there was something strange about it. Lately, especially that. I adjusted my sitting position and looked at Lisa as if I could see through her. Especially, I am working as his assistant at this hospital. As for what is in any room, I should know better than him. I must know better. But when I learned that this hospital had a basement by strange chance, he suddenly got angry. He told me to never go near there. I was scared, so I never brought that subject up again. But then he changed. It wasn't just the way he treated me, but he was also irritated with everyone else, and no one wanted to go near him. That was around last summer. Quietly listened to Lisa's story. After that, he began saying things that did not make a lot of sense. Things like, this is the end of this world, and descent, and so on. Stuff like that sounded weird, religious terms. That all humans would disappear from the world and only he would survive. That the landscapes seen by my eyes were all false. He said nothing but things like that. And then he killed himself. I was stunned. Suicide? Yes. He set himself on fire. The body was unidentifiable. Unidentifiable. I pressed my hands down on my trembling legs. That's impossible. I just met Kaufman and spoke with him not too long ago. Just who was that man? Lisa looks amazed and smiles wearily while shaking her head from side to side. It was Kaufman. Dr. Michael Kaufman. I guess he didn't die after all. There were too many mysteries surrounding his death, and even the police were troubled by it. With no real proof, they concluded that it was suicide. I took a deep breath. Kaufman was alive. Maybe he switched bodies? Or perhaps I mistook the man I met for him. Maybe he switched the bodies. What Sounds like Kaufman a little bit, maybe. Maybe you switched the bodies? I don't know. But people have come forth that say that they have seen him recently. On top of that, they say he was inside this hospital. I was at a loss for words. Don't tell me that even you have contact with him. I recall my conversation with him. A dream? No, I don't think that was a dream. So he is in the basement? I thought that as well. So I fearfully went down to the basement, but after moving just a bit forward, I turned back. Just thinking about him being alive in that darkness was too dreadful. As Lisa said this, a tear rolled down her cheek. I placed my hands on Lisa's shoulders and made up my mind. Like I have told you before, I am looking for my daughter, Cheryl. I don't know who this Kaufman guy really is. But does he know something about the change in this town? Lisa doesn't answer. Lisa, come with me to the basement. That might be where Cheryl is being held. Even if Cheryl is not there, if we find Kaufman, then we might be able to talk to him. Lisa thought for a bit and slightly nodded. Okay, let's go then. Using the flashlight to light our way, Lisa and I walked downstairs and headed to the storehouse in the basement. We entered the hidden room in the back of the storehouse and opened the heavy iron grate in the center. Lisa headed in first and I followed behind her. It's cold, Lisa mumbles to herself. It seems as if we had ended up lost in a giant refrigerator. I couldn't imagine that a person could live down here. I thought about that again. If Cheryl was being held down here, my body trembled. Metal door, we finally reached the end of the passage. A solid-looking metal door towers in front of us. I have never gone any further than this. Lisa's voice was shaking as she spoke. Lisa and I looked at each other and lightly nodded. Then I placed my hand on the handle of the door. The skin on the palm of my hand was so frozen by the cold metal that I thought that my hand would get stuck to the handle. Lisa took a step back. I looked at the door, put my weight into hands, and opened the door. Open with one pull. The door opened with a thunk. Beyond, it was a passage no different than the one we had just followed, extended. Complete darkness. It is completely pitch black in there, and without any flashlight it seems that it would be utterly impossible to continue forward. I cannot understand why someone made this space so deep in the hospital basement. Look, Lisa said. Lisa? What's wrong? Wait a minute, Harry. There's something drawn on the wall. I stopped and shined the flashlight on the wall that Lisa was pointing at. This is... A familiar crest was drawn there. Does this mean something? Lisa, since you have not left the hospital, you wouldn't know. But this crest has been drawn all throughout this town. Have you not seen it before? Lisa looked surprised and muttered, Nope. That crest was also drawn on the floor. Upon closer inspection, I found that the mark had been inscribed in places all throughout this passage. The mark of Samael. I recall that this is what Dahlia called it, and then my body trembled. Alessa. Is Alessa here? In this area? What did you just say? For an instant, we looked at each other in the faint light that was lighting the darkness. What did you just say? I said, Is Alessa here? Lisa's face suddenly twisted in anger. Why do you know about her? No one should have told you. I was thrown off balance by Lisa's sudden rage. I saw her several times before I met you. She called Dahlia Mama. Are those two mother and daughter? Lisa looked down and her shoulders shook with anger. I had no idea why. What in the world? Just what is wrong with you? I can no longer trust anyone. Lisa, I only did as I was told. Like a true believer obedient to the scripture, I continued even though I lost everything. What are you talking about? However, after all this, there was no such thing as God. There are only ugly humans, ruled by desire. Lisa said that, and then forcefully pounded on the wall. So you know something? Won't you tell me, please? Lisa! Lisa smiles a bit, and then a creepy expression appears on her face. You too. You are the same as them, aren't you? Thinking that you know everything, even now. Who are they? Show her Alessa's diary. Lisa? I was a fool. Lisa! What is this all about? I had an accident while I was headed to this town and lost consciousness. When I came to, I found that at some point I have arrived in Silent Hill. However, my daughter Cheryl was gone. While searching for her, I came into this contact with Kaufman, Dahlia, and then Alessa. I have already told you all of this. I don't know anything beyond that, really. Before I finish talking, Lisa shakes her head back and forth. It's fine. I was used by that man. I know that. Maybe you are in cahoots with him, or maybe you were used as well. I don't care. Now that I know, I will have my revenge. I continue to believe that she was really Alessa. Never thought that even that was a lie. Used or not, I don't know what you're talking about. Lisa shakes in amazement, and then Lisa's face twisted in amazement. No. Don't come. I only did what I was told. Lisa's sight was fixed on someone behind me. Lisa? Why have you come for me? Shouldn't you be going after someone else? You have no reason to have a grudge against me. Timidly turned around, and at that moment, my flashlight went out, and the area was wrapped in absolute darkness. Kaya! The scream echoed off the concrete walls. There was no mistaking it. It was Lisa's. Something is here. I have not heard Lisa since she screamed, but I can hear a low howling and an unpleasant sound that sounds like something crunching on something. It is coming from somewhere very close. I move towards the direction that the sound is coming, or immediately get away. I want to know what's going on. Lisa. There is no response. Every now and then, an uncomfortably warm liquid splashes on my arm. It is sticky and smells like blood. It is extremely unpleasant. Take a few steps back, and I decide to try getting away. After a few steps, I have no idea which way I came from. Even so, I continue to run. I try mindlessly fiddling with the switch on my flashlight. It only makes a clicking sound, and there is no sign it will turn on. All I can do is run blindly. Those unintelligible things that Lisa kept babbling about. Lisa's attitude suddenly changed at the moment I said Alessa's name. In cahoots. One of them? I don't understand. It is that I too am being controlled by someone? What was it that was behind me? What was that existence that frightened Lisa that much? And where is Cheryl? I don't know anything anymore. If what Lisa said was true, then Kaufman might be somewhere down here in this basement. He has said that I've killed himself. However, I just saw him in the bar, and we spoke. At the moment, I found the small bottle in the gas tank of the motorcycle. He gave me a furious look and yelled at me. There's no doubt. He's alive, and he must know something. An essential key regarding what is wrong with this town and Alessa's existence. Thud. I ran right into the wall in front of me. Pounced off of it and fell backwards. Ouch. And then by chance, my light begins to pour out from my flashlight. I rubbed the area around my lower back, stood up, and then shined the light on the wall that was blocking my path. The mark of Samael was drawn very large on the door. It has the power to deny the invasion of heretics. I shine a light around the area, but the circumstances are unexplainable. I was trapped inside of a cramped cube about 2 meters across. The path I ran through to get here has suddenly vanished. In order to escape, I could only open this heavy door. I was no longer surprised, or rather, my mind was paralyzed, and I was no longer able to be surprised. Perhaps saying it like that is best. What should be and what should not be have become reversed. I fix my mic monitoring again. I open the door or let my body go with the flow. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. I gave up my resistance and closed my eyes. As I felt that all my actions up to this point had been controlled by someone else, I just waited for someone to tell me what would be next. My 5 senses are sharp, a noise that I had not heard until now, light I had not sensed until now. Something is all around me and seems to be filling me with this incredible power. The now red light passes through my eyelids. No, it should be called a powerful, strong wave of red. It envelops me. My body temperature rises. It has come. I must recognize the existence of that great power. However, it doesn't mean that I have forgotten Cheryl. It doesn't mean that I have forgotten. I feared that somewhere in my heart. With my eyes still closed, I tightly embraced the source of that faint light. While tightly holding on, my body was wrapped in flames. As the sacred flames burned my body and reached all the way to my brain, I never let go of that existence. The end. Hey, what the hell do you mean the end, dog? That ain't over. What kind of what do you mean? Oh my god, do you get like different endings for this? Is that what it is actually? Uh-huh. It's definitely not over. Digital cards. Oh my god. Cool. Got cards. Hell yeah. Amazing, indeed. So, introduction. Oops. So, okay, there's different endings. So that is one ending to my understanding. Oh god. Let's see. You just do this right away. So that is a ending. There's multiple endings. There's like 2 other chapters. You can literally see it right here. that actually depicts the original ending of the game. Well, that is weird. Ending C2. So then you get those trading cards. So it just literally ends like that if I do that? What? Dude, do you literally have to play through the whole thing again? That's definitely not happening. What? Is there no guide for this? Harry's route ending A. Truly incredible results. Search Silent Hill play novel ending. Silent Hill F. What a complete joke. The UFO ending in this game? So there's like multiple endings. That's crazy. You can get like multiple endings, I guess. I have no idea how to do the other scenario. I don't see the other scenario here at all. For Cheryl. Full scenario. Point shop. Oh my god, you gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. There's no point shop here. You can't be fucking serious, dog. You had to have bought it as a microtransaction. Am I reading that correctly? No. Says you earn. I mean, what? Why is this so fucking confusing? Just like, really? I'm literally so confused right now. Oh my god. Huh. It's pretty cool there's like different endings to this play novel. We got like a terrible one though. There's like a whole lot of different things that can happen. That is crazy. I did not know that, I'm not gonna lie. If I would have known that, I would have not played this on stream. Because it requires multiple playthroughs to get through different endings, so you choose different answers for things to get through the scenario and get different endings, and then you can unlock the other scenario with Sybil. And then you can do Sybil's scenario, but we got like the worst ending imaginable, so we have to play through again if we want to get like the unlockable for that, I guess. For Sybil's scenario. If I'm reading this correctly, but of course it's all like super vague. Damn. That's kind of lame, not gonna lie, but that was cool though. My voice didn't like it very much, but I did like reading it off. Half asleep and no voice in the first place. I really had to fucking sober up to do that. But, I mean, it's cool. I like stuff like this. With games in general, I always like doing stuff like this, little things like this on the side. I wish I would have known about the ending stuff. So that I maybe would have tried, you know, going for a better ending. So that we can get the other scenario unlocked, because that was the whole plan. But, seems like I gotta figure something out in order to get Sybil's scenario unlocked. It's just all the fucking search results that I'm going through are just not telling me. But it seemingly looks like even if I did unlock it here, that it wouldn't be translated. Potentially. I don't know. I wanted to do her scenario. A novel ending. So that guide that we saw at the beginning, the official guide, actually gave you a story branch chart. So that's what it was in the guide, and kind of telling you of all the ways of like getting all the endings, I guess. Hold on. Boy, were 4 downloadable scenarios. Yeah, like unique characters as well, Andy and Sally. Just won't tell me how to... Huh. Huh. Seems like this fan-made site has all the endings to the game. Boom. So I guess this is the whole point of the game, to like go through a whole chart. I guess these are all the endings in English translation for Harry's scenario. Still will tell me about how to get Sybil's scenario unlocked. I don't know why. Just says you just have to do Harry's, but her scenario is not showing up in the menu at all. So I don't know how to start her scenario. These are the endings, I guess. Huh? Pretty cool little site here. Green book on it. Top again. Okay. Let's see. That is definitely not what I read earlier. Made it sound like it was a downloadable or something. Like, what the fuck? Ta-da! And with that, I'm gonna be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom and clear my voice for a bit. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back. All right. Let's roll. Let's do it. Oh, man. See if I can get through this. Been a long day. Let's try this one out. Try out Sybil's scenario. But where's the sound? Yeah, but like, where's the sound? Emulator has the weirdest issues. The weirdest. Sybil's scenario. Whew. I don't know if my voice is ready for this one. Hello, hello. The phone had suddenly gone dead. She tried to call back right away. However, the call would not go through. Perfect. I wonder what is going on. Her coworker Sally saw Sybil's flushed face and could not help making a joke. It's because you are so hostile. I bet they just don't want to talk to you anymore. Hostile. Perhaps after all, I do always say what's going on my mind. Saying this, Sybil smiled. The peaceful town of Brahms. Population is small. Perhaps for this reason, there has not been an incident worth calling an incident for several years. As for the officers on the night shift, they generally pass the time by staring at newspaper clippings or chatting with colleagues at the other departments. Even now, with nothing notable appearing in the local news, Sybil was just having a meaningless conversation about this and that with a friend in the Silent Hill Police Department. But then suddenly the line had gone dead, and they had not called back. The call won't go through. Maybe this is happening because someone is trying to tell you not to waste all your time chatting. How about settling down and talking or taking your feet off the desk? Sybil does not care for Sally's big sister-like attitude. Sybil calls the Silent Hill police station one more time. Odd, Sybil thought. Seems as if this might be the result of the telephone lines having been severed or something. Sybil leaps from her chair, causing it to spin, reaches for the helmet on top of a locker, and with in hand prepares to leave the room. Wait, where do you think you're going at this hour? Sally has a look of, you have got to be kidding on her face. And then she absent-mindedly allows the coffee cup she was holding in her right hand to fall to the floor. Ugh, hot! You can take care of that yourself. Sybil mumbles this in her head, and in the next moment ran out of the room. Sybil straddles the motorcycle in the garage, inserts the key, and revs the engine. The sound of the exhaust resonates in the small space, pulls out onto the road, and increases her speed as she is bathed from head to toe in the uncomfortably warm wind. Starlight fars upon her from the clear starlit sky. Doesn't look like the weather could have caused the problem with the phone lines. Sybil tightly holds onto the handlebars and continues to increase her speed. At this hour, there should not be any other cars heading to Silent Hill. The road has been lit in front and behind only by street lamps since she reached this mountain road, and there's no sign of anyone in the area. However, after a while, she was able to see the taillights of a vehicle swaying far off in the darkness in front of her. There's a cliff on one side of the road. Whether they realize that or not, the vehicle is heading towards the same destination as Sybil at high speed. Normally, I would pull this guy over. Sybil mutters this, increases her speed, and catches up with the four-wheel drive Jeep in no time. As she passes by, Sybil glances inside the Jeep for a moment, quickly smiles, and blasts in front of it. Jeep quickly becomes smaller and smaller in the side mirrors of her motorcycle. And then she started to notice that she could not keep her eyes focused. Sleepiness. No, I have been on a night shift for a while, and I've gotten plenty of sleep this afternoon. Her body becomes one with the motorcycle, and it slices through the darkness. Maybe it was foolish to wear short sleeves, although it was rather warm when Sybil left the station. Now her skin feels so cold that it is like the cold is cutting into her. Her eyelids are heavy, her mouth has become dry. What's wrong with me? She lightly shakes her head left and right. Against her will, her right hand turns the grip that would cause her to accelerate. The needle is buried, and madly shakes back and forth. Sybil then stared straight forward. But it was already too late. In the middle of the road, a girl stood, with her arms raised to shield her from the light. Sybil slammed on the brakes. The last thing she saw was a rapidly approaching rock wall on the side of the road. Hita. Hita? Something cold is touching Sybil's cheek. Sybil slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She is not yet able to stand up. She does not seem to be hurt. However, her body will not do as she commands. Nevertheless, she is fully conscious. Large snowflakes are falling all over her body. What's with the snow, dog? Snow? My guy? As they say it in the original game, huh? She is lying face down in the middle of the wide street. I wonder just how long I have been here like this. After waiting for the nerves throughout her body to return to normal, Sybil lumbered to her feet. Her body was sluggish, like when she wakes up, and she was unable to think straight. Silent Hill. That is what is written on the sign of the sidewalk. In addition to the out-of-season snow, the area is enveloped in thick fog, which generally makes her destination look differently than it normally would. Motorcycle that she came here on was also nowhere to be found. With nothing else to do, she decided to rest in the cafe facing the street. The inside of the cafe is dead silent. She does not see any customers or employees. This destroys her hopes of getting something warm to drink, so she lets out a sigh. First, I must get in contact with the other officers back in Brahms. Sybil picks up the receiver from the phone in the corner of the counter, but not a single sound can be heard from the speaker. Seems like somehow the heavy snowfall, which could be called abnormal weather, has damaged the communication systems. There's no doubt that this is the reason why the call got cut off at the Brahms station. Sybil looks around the inside of the cafe. Ah, she gasps without thinking about it. She can see a man lying down on one of the long bench seats lined up along the windows. A customer? No, this place isn't open. She moves near him and looks down at his sleeping face. His face is twisting in agony, as if he's having a frightening dream. Sybil hesitates. She waits for the man to wake up. She wakes the man up. Sybil was relieved to know that she was not the only person in the town. She sat down at the counter and waited for the man to awaken. After a bit, Sybil thought that the man's breathing had become troubled. As she thought this, he forcefully sat up. Sybil moved over to the man until he was able to look down at him and then folded her arms. She was relieved. That was how she honestly felt. It looks like you have come around. Who are you? The man asked this while heavily shaking his head. I'm Sybil. Sybil Bennett. All communication with this town suddenly went dead. This worried me, so I came here to investigate. I'm Harry Mason. I brought my daughter to this town for some sightseeing, but on the way there was an accident and I lost consciousness. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl? For a moment, Sybil could not hide her astonishment, but then because of her profession, she quickly feigned a more resolute attitude. A little girl? No, I haven't seen her. When I came to after the accident, my daughter was nowhere to be seen. The passenger door was open, and she was gone. Cheryl. Sorry, my daughter's name is Cheryl. She's a timid child, so it's hard to imagine that she headed out into this weird town alone. Plus, I was there in the driver's seat, and since she gave me no warning, it just doesn't make sense. Are you familiar with this area? There's no sign of anyone. What is going on with the snow at this time of year? Just what in the world has happened in this town? Harry spoke while sighing. I'm afraid I don't know either. Still haven't seen anyone other than you, so it's like the town is as silent as a graveyard, left without even the means to contact any neighboring towns. I see. So you also had an accident? I thought it was a good idea to head to the police station in this town alone on my motorcycle, but I guess I was going a little too fast. Girl suddenly jumped out into the road. I am pretty sure it was a girl. I almost hit her. Cut the handlebars hard in order to avoid her. After that, I could barely remember anything. When I came to, I was lying in the street in front of this cafe, so naturally I came in here to get out of the snow, and then I found you sleeping there. I was having some kind of a terrible dream. As for if I made it here on my own, I don't remember at all. Just what in the world has happened in this town? What is going on with everything? Well, the situation is definitely strange. I will head back to Brahms for reinforcements and then return here. How about you? Sybil stood and fixed her collar with resolute fortitude. Gotta look for Cheryl. There's no way I can just leave her here alone. I see. Well, I'll give you this then. You never know what might happen under these circumstances. You feel threatened? Then pull the trigger without hesitating. Gives Harry a handgun loaded with live ammunition. Will you be alright? Harry asks worriedly. I'm not like the average girl around here. I have undergone the proper training. Sybil placed her hand on the exit door, but then she turned and faced Harry again. Harry, don't go shooting me by mistake or anything. Haven't had any training on how to stop bullets. She smiled after saying this, opened the door of the cafe, and headed out into the thick fog. Sybil looks back and sees that the cafe has disappeared into the fog. Having lost her motorcycle, Sybil can only wander about on foot and alone in the eerie town. It's too quiet. There's no sense of anyone at all. I would like to hail a taxi or something, but there's not a single car running. At some point, Sybil had to begin a run. Above all, she must get out of Silent Hill. However, after running for a bit, Sybil's hopes were crushed. All the roads leading out of town were cut off, and it was as if the entire town was floating in the air. There was no way for anyone to enter the town. Ha! Sybil sighs deeply. She then decides to try going back the way she came. After running for a bit, she comes to another steep valley like before. It is wide and impedes her passage. And then she became sure that it was not possible to escape from this place. Sybil felt like a bird in a cage as she walked apathetically and aimlessly through the falling snow. It was not long before a black, wriggling object appeared in her field of vision. What is that? From far off in the fog, the four-legged thing moved at a slow pace as it gradually closed the distance between her and it. And then as soon as it detected Sybil, it began to ferociously run toward her, scattering the fog as it moved. The monster attacked Sybil, just ran away. Attacked! Kaya! Sybil just manages to duck in time, and the fierce monster passes over her head. Continues forward just a little bit, and then turns around. It's clear that it is coming after Sybil. Sybil places her hand on the belt, draws her handgun, she utters, "Oh!" She just had to give her handgun to Harry not long ago. She went pale. Sybil forcefully stands up and begins to run with all her strength. The sound of the monster's footsteps and its panting close in on her as it persistently chases her from behind. Stomps on the pavement as she moves forward. In the corner of her eyes, Sybil sees buildings appear out of thin air and disappear into the fog. And at some point, she ends up losing her bearings and becomes unsure of her location. She then notices that she no longer senses the presence of the monster. She stops and leans against the antique lamppost and presses on her chest. She waits as the time between her continuous white breath gradually increases, right? And then begins walking again. Sybil calms herself, overcome with hopelessness. Being unable to escape from Silent Hill, Sybil then worried about what she should do next. Since all the people have vanished, she cannot even talk to anyone about what is happening here. She looked for the police station, even if the person I was talking on the phone with earlier isn't there. Might be able to get some other information there. She has visited this town many times. Following the thread of her memory, she begins walking along the complicated intersecting streets. Just how long have I been walking? As she saw the word police appear from out of the fog, her entire body was completely exhausted. She opens the glass door at the entrance, heads inside. She does this, she sees that no one is here, which is just as she had expected. The lack of any sound is painful to her ears. After she walked around the reception area for a bit, she moved towards a room that had the door been left open for. Plate beside the door says meeting room. Compared to the same room at the Bronze Station, this one is quite small. She looked around the room. Ah. Phone is off the hook. Someone's in here. Sybil senses someone, somewhere in this small room. Underneath the lined-up tables, behind the folding chairs, Sybil cautiously checked all the places that someone could hide in, but it does not appear that anyone is here. The faded ceiling fan is blowing air down towards Sybil. That might have been what made her so sure someone was here, or perhaps it was just her imagination. She is uneasy. She wants to talk to someone, to anyone. These feelings might be what made Sybil think that someone was here. What was that all about? Sybil left the police station. Sybil was once again in the city streets where the snow is falling. That's right. Sybil recalled her conversation with Harry. Oh yeah, Sybil, you haven't seen a little girl in this town, have you? A little girl, yes, Cheryl. Wonder if I'll be able to rescue her unharmed in this town, which becomes a nest of monsters. But Sybil is a police officer. To find and protect Cheryl is her responsibility and her mission. Realizing this, Sybil could not sit still, and in the next moment she was gone. Should be an elementary school on the edge of town. Sybil followed her intuition and decided that Cheryl probably decided for the school after wandering around town. Per her training in child psychology, she has learned that if a child loses their parents or guardian, the chance is high that they will be drawn to places that they are most used to going. Places where there are a lot of people. However, ahead of all her knowledge, either a bit instinctively or due to a sense similar to that of the memory coming back, she believes somewhere within her heart that Cheryl was probably at the elementary school. With my monitoring again. There we go. Sybil may have been drawn here by someone, as if she nears the elementary school, part of her shirt becomes soaked with clammy sweat. Is it really okay to go inside? She asks herself this many times. As she reached the edge of the school grounds, her conscientious sense of duty as a police officer rose up within her, along with her sense of reason, and she began to walk naturally towards the school. It is now too late for her to turn back. She readies herself, and then using both hands, she pushes the door in front of her, open with all her strength. Aged building reeked of a peculiar mildew. However, its insides were much cleaner than she had expected, and Sybil found this a bit surprising. Perhaps it was just the result of her enduring the cold wind for so long, but she had a terrible headache. Sybil pressed her fingers to her temples and eventually began to walk aimlessly again. Sybil opened a door leading to a long hallway. She looked through the glass windows placed in the doors of the classrooms while slowly walking. No sign of Cheryl. The courtyard is to her right. Landscaping is very nice and has been well cared for. Snow has become sleet. It does not look like it will accumulate. In the back of the courtyard, there's an old-feeling clock tower. However, Sybil is not particularly interested in it. I wonder how Harry is doing. I wonder if the gun I gave him has come in handy. I cannot meet with Harry after I find Cheryl, and then it will be meaningless. We should have made plans to rendezvous somewhere. Sybil thought this, but at this point, nothing could be done. At any rate, there was her horrible headache, gradually getting worse, dulling her sense of time and space. A sluggishness similar to sleepiness grasps her entire body. Perhaps I am just dreaming all of this, Sybil thought. Difficult for a person to tell whether they are dreaming or not while in a dream, but her to accept these conditions is just as difficult. She has no memory of how she got to this town, so it seemed natural for her to think that she has been in a deep sleep since the moment of the motorcycle accident until now. Possibly from even before then, from the time of the phone call with the Silent Hill police station, or maybe, while contemplating the many possibilities, Sybil climbed the stairs to the second floor of the school. And then, heard a melody being played on a piano, or she heard the scream of a little girl. That one sounds cool. And she heard a melody being played on a piano from some of the classrooms. One of the classrooms. Nervous look ran across Sybil's face, and at the same time she felt relief. As if being drawn by the sound of the piano, Sybil cautiously moves towards the room and the music is coming from, while feeling along the wall with her hand. Music room. That is what is written on the door. Beautiful melody is definitely being played by someone in this room. Sybil places her hand on the door. And at that moment, the music suddenly stopped, and the area was enveloped in silence. "Who's there?" She said this, and then opens the door. Inside the center of the room, a grand piano has been placed. The piano appears cramped within the cozy room. No one is sitting in front of the piano. Sybil approaches the piano. Its cover is open, and the blacks and whites on the keyboard stand out, almost like smoke. The player of the piano appears to have vanished into thin air. Strange, Sybil mutters. Behind the curtains under the piano, Sybil looked in all the places in the room that a person could hide. There's only one entrance to this room. There's no other way to enter this room other than by using the door that Sybil just came through. Did they jump out of the window? No, this is the second floor. Falling from here would result in more than just an injury. Having become a little spooked, she turned to leave the room. The next instant, Sybil's heart nearly stopped. At the entrance to the music room, a white-faced girl was sitting still and just looking at Sybil. She appeared to be afraid of something, and her wide eyes were filled with tears that looked like jewels. "Cheryl? Are you Cheryl?" Sybil regained her composure and approached the little girl. She kneeled and softly placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, and the girl nodded. "My name is Sybil. Your daddy is looking for you. If we don't hurry back to him, your daddy is braving danger running around this town. Have you seen that ferocious-looking monster?" Sybil thought of the monster that she had seen in town as she spoke. "Cheryl." Shakes her head no, shakes her head yes. Cheryl shakes her head no. I see. Well, at any rate, something strange is happening in this town. All the people have completely vanished. If we don't get out of here soon, then we might disappear as well. Once again, Cheryl shakes her head. No. Sybil does not understand what Cheryl means, but continues anyways. I will protect you. Let's go to your daddy. It is my duty to take you to him. Saying this, Sybil takes Cheryl's hand in hers, and they leave the music room. By chance, the two of them happen to look out a window. That's... From where they are, and the visible courtyard has become completely enveloped in darkness, for it to become night so soon. For a moment, Sybil cannot believe her eyes, but then she was only able to worry about whether she would be able to meet Harry. Two of them walk down the pitch-black hallway. Because of the difference in their strides, their footsteps overlap as they echo. The moment they approach the entrance to the school grounds, Cheryl spoke directly for the first time. I don't want to leave here. I don't want to see my daddy. If we meet there, will be sadness. You should go back, ma'am. Sybil stopped walking and spoke while just staring at Cheryl. It's your daddy. There's no reason that it would be sad for you to see him. If you stay here, then you might get hurt or worse. Things would then be truly sad. Saying that, Sybil begins walking again. After a bit, she stops and adds, It's miss, not ma'am. And then the two of them left the school. Just what time is it now? Sybil curses the fact that she forgot her watch at the Brahms station. It is probably late at night. She no longer feels the headache or sleepiness from just before. Holding Cheryl's cold hand, Sybil focuses her mind on locating Harry. She figured that Harry was no longer in the cafe, but wonders if maybe he left a memo or something there for her. Compared to Harry, Sybil should know the geography of Silent Hill better because of her profession. However, because of the darkness and thick fog that limit her field of vision, she is in a situation in which it is difficult to know even her current position. She had encouraged a strange monster on her way to the school, so now she did not have much confidence in being able to find her way back to the cafe. The sky began to get light while Sybil walked and contemplated the route to the cafe. This made her think that perhaps time is rapidly passing in this town alone. Although the fog was present and as ever to decrease visibility, she could see a lot better now. And then, before she knew it, the cafe was right in front of her. Something isn't right. Sybil feels a sense of discord within her. However, her feet continue on as if guided by strong power to the inside of the cafe. Sybil led Cheryl through the entrance of the cafe. The inside of the cafe had been ravaged. The glass windows facing the street were broken. Several tables were knocked on their sides, so Sybil could not move any further. Oh my god. Wonder if Harry is alright. A red pool of liquid reflects vividly in Sybil's eyes. She prayed that it was not Harry's blood. Harry, it's me, it's Sybil. I found Cheryl. If you are here, then please come out. There's no answer. Sybil had began to step forward, but then gasped with an ugh. Just what is this? The corpse of a brown-colored monster that Sybil had never seen before lies in the center of the pool of red liquid. Several shells were scattered about, which meant that Harry probably had a battle here. Since Harry was no longer here, she guessed that he defeated this monster and then left to search for Cheryl. Is he hurt? Sybil began to search the area, cautiously moved towards the monster. Sybil cautiously searches the monster. There's no doubt about it. The bullets lodged inside the monster's body were the ones loaded into the handgun that she had given Harry. Normally, these should have gone all the way through. The bullets told a tale about the endurance and hardness of the monster. Bullets scattered about on the floor supported this, as they saved Sybil the feeling that they just hit the hard skin of the monster and then bounced off. Other than that, there is There did not appear to be anything else out of the ordinary. Well, your daddy is not here. Let's look someplace else. Sybil took Cheryl's hand, and without a word, they rushed out into the snowy street once again. Ding dong. The church bell is ringing. The bell rings forcefully, almost as if it had been waiting for them to leave the cafe. There are still other people here. Sybil's eyes glittered. This might be Harry's way of telling me where he is. And even if it's not Harry, if there is someone still here in town, then she would like to meet them and hear what they have to say. Sybil's feet naturally pointed toward the church, expecting to find a clue to escaping and reuniting with Harry. She tightly gripped Cheryl's hand and began to run. Once they arrived at the church, the ringing stopped, and the large door at the entrance began to open from the inside. Sybil then thought that perhaps someone had been watching her movements all this time. She looked up at the top of the church and then began to look around nervously until a voice saying, "This way," brought her back to her senses. Sybil faced the eerie woman from a distance. The woman once more called out to Sybil, "This way." Sybil mysteriously moved towards the woman. You the one ringing that bell? Cool. Onomatopoeia for the chuckle. The woman's face suddenly twisted and she began laughing loudly. She saw Sybil's perplexed expression, but thought nothing of it and just waved her hand left and right in front of Sybil's face. "I have been waiting for you. You have come just as I expected." Sybil cocked her head to the side. "Do you live here?" The woman nodded and then looked at Cheryl. "You have done well to come here, you know, don't you? That was my doing that caused, and you were hesitant to come alone, weren't you? But in the end, I was able to meet you. It was all thanks to that woman." "I don't understand what you were talking about." Sybil's words may or may not have reached her, but that woman began to laugh loudly again. "Hey, tell me, why are there no people here? Why are all the exits from town blocked?" "I do not know either, but shouldn't you be asking that girl instead?" Sybil had a look of what on her face. She looked at Cheryl. Cheryl's face was tearful, and she shook her head back and forth. Sybil looked back at that woman and shouted at her, "Stop all this nonsense. We have been pursued by monsters and nearly killed. If I was not protecting this child, then who knows what would have happened to her by now. Path of the wise man, the fool guided to this land through astrology. Everything has been preordained. There is nothing that I can do. You are not holding that child's hand. That child is holding yours." Her anger showing, Sybil went to open her mouth, but at that moment the woman blocked her. "I am Dahlia Gillespie. With that in hand, I wonder where you will end up. I wonder where you will end up going. I have nothing for you and have nothing to tell you. You must escape from the demon's grasp as soon as possible. You must find the means to do so for your own sake. There is nothing I can do now. I will pray for your safety. Sybil Bennett." Sybil was shocked to be called by name. As she watched Dahlia quickly depart, she was unable to speak. After Dahlia disappeared behind a door, Sybil regained herself. She tightly held Cheryl's hand, and they left the church. Right after they left the church, Cheryl began to speak. "Hey, miss, I am fine myself now. This is not my first time coming here, and I have met that lady we just saw before." Sybil stops in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I have a place that I want to go, but I can only go alone. If you are with me, I won't be able to go. And then something terrible is sure to happen." "Something terrible? Why? Your daddy's looking for you." "Till I get back to your daddy, I cannot leave your side." "You're wrong. My daddy must not find me. Someone is waiting for me in order to meet that person Sybil let out a short sigh. She snaps and scolds Cheryl. She kindly... let's not... let's not yell at the kid. Hey, wait. Come on, Cheryl. Sybil made an effort to calmly end Cheryl's speaking. You must have just had a bad dream or something. But something more frightening is actually occurring in this town. Come on, please take my hand. Cheryl placed her small hand into Sybil's palm. I will protect you no matter what, so you are safe, okay? Once more, Sybil began to walk down the foggy street with Cheryl in town. At first, Cheryl resisted holding Sybil's hand as hard as she could. Once she realized this was futile, she reluctantly followed along behind Sybil while wiping away her tears. Cheryl muttered something so that it could not be heard. After walking for a bit, the two of them started to notice that the murmuring of water had begun to interfere with their conversation. Ah! Cheryl stopped walking. Water was splashing up from the strong current in the old aqueduct through the white fog. Due to the bad weather, the water level had risen up to the fortified concrete embankment. So rather than an aqueduct, it was more like an overflowing river that was in a dangerous state. What's that? A girl is drowning, a boy is drowning. Boy? Boy stood alone in the current. He was fighting the current and appeared to be holding on to a fragile protrusion with all his might. Miss, look! Cheryl screamed, broke away from Sybil's hand, and then began to run towards the boy. Cheryl, that's dangerous. Sybil instantly chased after her. A stone barrier runs parallel to the aqueduct. It is about shoulder width and about the height of a child. Falling to the right from this barrier could result in an injury, and falling to the left would probably result in being swallowed up by the current. Cheryl nimbly ran along the top of the narrow barrier. Wait, that is dangerous. Her words were ineffective. Using her innate physical prowess, Sybil got on top of the barrier, however. She could not run along it as nimbly as Cheryl. By the time Sybil caught up to Cheryl, she was lying prone on top of the barrier and reaching out towards the embankment, trying to grasp the boy's hair. That's dangerous. You will fall in. It's too much for you. We will save this boy. Help me, miss. Please. Sybil lightly jumps down onto the embankment side and is again surprised by the strength of the current. Cheryl is leaning out halfway. It looks as if she could fall at any moment and be swallowed by the dark waters. Cheryl, you stay right there and don't move. I will be sure to save him. Cheryl says nothing and just stares as Sybil... Sybil's footing is quickly being eaten away by the strong current. As long as snow continues to pour into the entire town, the aqueduct will certainly continue to overflow. The water is up to Sybil's knees. As the water pulls at her legs, Sybil reaches her hand out towards the boy. The boy's face is covered in the white splashes, so Sybil cannot see it very well. Everything is alright. Don't worry. Sybil shouts out to give the boy hope. But the boy just appears to be caught on the protrusion like a rag, and perhaps that is the best way to describe him. Sybil eventually grasps the boy's left arm and is relieved a little. Everything is fine, trust me. However, the current of the water is faster than she had imagined. Pulling the boy against the current will not be easy. There's nowhere to grab on, so she cannot put any strength into it. The freezing cold is robbing her body of its warmth, and her fingertips are going numb. Miss, it is impossible. You two will be swept away by the current, Cheryl calls out to Sybil from behind. Sybil has a material feeling that she must save this body, or this boy, even if it means she will end up getting swept away. It will be okay, just a little more. Got it. Sybil gets a firm grasp on the boy's arm, and then successfully pulls his small body up. Ah, great. Are you okay? The boy does not answer right away. He just takes troubled breaths over and over. Not surprising, because he just nearly drowned. The boy remained crouched for a bit, but then finally began to speak. You were the one that pushed me in. From seeing the look of surprise on Sybil's face, the boy changed his words. Not you, her. It was that child. The boy rushes at Cheryl. Before Sybil could even think to stop him, the boy grabbed Cheryl's arm and pulled her towards the current. What are you doing? Stop it now! Sybil. What do you know? Why don't you tell her to stop? Andy. Cheryl falls into the water and begins to be swept away by the strong current. She would have to question the boy later. Sybil stomps as she runs along the concrete to keep up with Cheryl. Cheryl! Sybil's weak shouts were replaced by the sound of the water splashing. She slips and ends up in the whirlpool of the strong current and is swallowed in the dark waters along with Cheryl. The fuck? Who is Andy? Everything is dark. There is not even a single sound. Sybil cannot tell whether her eyes are open or closed. A hand gripping Sybil's hand suddenly moved. I may have used you, miss. Sybil made a face like, what? And immediately asked, what are you saying? That's why I was against you. You are a good person, so I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. But in the end, I have made you suffer. I guess that is the same thing as getting you involved? Sybil smiles. I have said it many times, but it is my job to get you back into your father's custody. Getting me involved or whatnot is not a problem. You're wrong, miss. Silence flows between the two of them. As for what Daddy will do and so on, those are issues that do not even compare to what I am dealing with. My own personal issue. It's something that I should never, ever tell anyone. Something very important. I have thought about it for so long, and I've been confused by it for so long. However, maybe I can tell you about it, miss. The reason why there is no one in town. The reason why I don't want to see my daddy, and also my true... Once again, there is silence. You're true? You're true what? Do you know something? However, that question is not answered. And then the low sound of a motor runs through the floor and causes a slight quiver in Sybil's stomach. To her front, she has only a glimpse of a single shaft of light. The light thinly extends up and down and eventually expands to the left and right, revealing a small room. It's an elevator. Elevator door has opened. It sits ready, almost as if it has come for Sybil. Sybil and the girl are lit by its light. And then Sybil felt the grip of the girl that she was holding on to become weak. No, wait. An illusion. No, the two of us are definitely holding hands. Sybil looked towards the girl. Her entire body was paralyzed with a chill. Powerlessly, Sybil sank down in that very spot. Her vision is hazy. The color drains her from her entire body. The girl's not there in the light. The thing that Sybil was holding on to, it is... Sybil suppressed a shriek. It was a green jelly-like object. It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. It was a slightly dirty but familiar doll. Countless blue fireworks went off in front of Sybil's eyes. Memories of the past. Unforgettable memories. Memories that should have been tightly sealed away within her. She was holding the doll tightly. Sybil had hidden in the closet. Though the crack, a familiar scene, the parents shot in the head, and the blood-soaked carpet. The low laugh of a man. She held the doll over her mouth to suppress the urges to scream that assaulted her from time to time. And so she had somehow survived. She had survived. Why is the doll from that time here? Why? Why is it here? It was the reason she became a policewoman. That incident. That incident had largely impacted her future. Cheryl was gone, and all that was left was the unpleasant feeling of memories she thought she had forgotten. I'm losing my mind. She sobbed alone inside the elevator. The town, along with the lives of several people, had been swallowed up within the devil's dark garb. Inside the small box, she calmed her breath and breathing while shaking her shoulders hard. First of all, I should look for Harry, and then work with him to escape from this wretched world. Quite a bit of time passed since the one lamp had gone on the floor, out on the floor display. From the vibration, she could tell that she was descending, but even still, this had gone on for too long. Staring at the display of B1, she had pushed her back against the wall and slumped. There's something in the basement of this building, deep in the ground, and if Sybil was brought here, then what was the reason? Eventually, the elevator begins to gradually slow its descent, and at the same time that it comes to a complete stop, the B1 lamp lights up, and its doors open. Sybil dully felt this series of movements. The doors open. The light that illuminates the passage that extends in front of her pours into the elevator. Sybil begins to walk forward and almost looks like that light is supporting her from behind. It is cold, although she is just walking down a corridor that is like one in a jail. Sybil's heart beats irregularly. Eventually, a single door appears. The passage ends with this door. Perhaps all the mysteries of B1 will be in this room. I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this. The voice of the girl flittered about in the back of Sybil's mind. What was the girl's goal? And where is Harry? Perhaps Harry has come here in the same manner as well, or she had a feeling that by opening this door, the many questions whirling about in her head would all be put to rest. Sybil summoned forth her courage and placed her hand on the door. Ah! It is hot. And Sybil immediately takes her hand off the knob. Something is burning beyond this door. Possible to open this door by hand? Just from touching the door, the palm of Sybil's hand stingingly hurts. She kicks the door with all of her might. With a hopeful feeling, she continues to kick the door over and over with the thick sole of her boot. Finally, the knob breaks and the door forcefully opens inward. At the same time, hot wind stinges Sybil's hair. And then Sybil saw it. The room is about as large as a movie theater. Fire has spread all throughout, and it has began to collapse. Beyond the debris and flames, a man is holding something to his chest and heading towards another exit in order to get out. And just as he reached the exit, the vigorously burning flames lit the side of his face. It was unmistakably Harry, unfamiliar man. It is not Harry. It's a slightly plump, middle-aged man. That man is holding what looks like a white paper bag to his chest and is running out of the room. Wait! Sybil screams. The man glances towards her but continues rushing out. Sybil begins to run in order to chase him, but almost stumbles over something and then stops in her tracks. Someone is collapsed at her feet. A girl dressed in white clothing is lying face down, and her back moves up and down along with her breathing. Sybil stops, kneels down, and places her hand on the girl's shoulder. Are you okay? If you stay here, you will be burned to death. Hurry and get up. The girl just remains face down and does not even try to look up. Sybil forcefully lifts the girl's shoulders up, and then her face freezes. The girl is the one that she was just traveling with. The girl's name suddenly rises up within her memory. Cheryl. Cheryl, why are you here? Sybil carries Cheryl's small body and heads for the exit. Cheryl has suffered serious burns on her entire body. If they don't get out quickly, then not only Cheryl, but Sybil as well will be burned too as black smoke rises from Cheryl's white clothing. The girl is just barely conscious and her face is pale. Part of her hair is burned, and eyes are red and swollen. Sybil sheds tears. Sounds of explosions resound from all directions. The floor shakes and rumbles. Sybil holds the burned girl close to protect her, and in order to save the faint life in front of her, Sybil risks her own life. Sybil devotes herself completely to her current goal, and she considers this to be her duty. Sybil avoids debris as she heads towards the exit. At the same time, she rethinks. The man she just saw. He seems to have just abandoned this girl, and if that is the case... Sybil finally arrives at the exit and places her foot on the white staircase that extends in front of her, and then she races up it. From behind, the loudest explosion yet occurs. A sea of fire is just behind Sybil and is closing in on her. She climbs the long staircase. Sybil has the goal of reaching the light coming from above the ground, or perhaps she just senses that it is her last hope. So she runs stronger and faster up the stairs. Sybil glances down at Cheryl's face. I guess that's one ending. I'm curious if I would have picked Harry for that one. If that changed at all. Well, that is a ending, I guess. I have a couple for that scenario, huh? Well, we got Andy. Which apparently that boy has a scenario too, I guess. Ding. Ding. Let's see her again. See her again with this ending thing with Sybil now. Showed it off earlier. Showed it off earlier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Sybil's scenario has 6 endings. Wonder which one I got here. Well, definitely not that one. Well, not that one. Or that one. Which one did I get? What is that one? Oh god, aqueduct. Elevator. Say key? I guess I got ending. Is that ending A? Let's see. Whoops. No sound again. Oh, there you go. That does say key. Yeah. Key. Music room, aqueduct, and elevator. So that should be ending A, I guess. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, should be ending A for that one. Very interesting. Yeah. So what else? Apparently there is another scenario, but I guess it's like an add-on or something. I don't know. Obviously I can't do anything there. Well, those are the two main scenarios, I guess, with the play novel. And then you keep replaying it, choosing different options for the A, B, or C options, and then getting different endings depending on those options. It's pretty nuts, to be honest. Trying to figure that out. I gotta imagine it's pretty insane to try to figure out how to get the endings that way, if that's how it works. Well, it looks like it works anyways. Alright, well, I guess that's it. I guess that is Silent Hill Play Novel for the Game Boy Advance. Play the OG version in emulation here. Okay, a couple hiccups, but the game auto-saves all the time, so that's pretty nice to deal with. If it didn't auto-save, we probably would have been RIP earlier. So, pretty good thing there. And that was pretty cool. Nice little first playthrough. It's cool that it works. I'm glad I played that version. I really wanted to play the OG one. I wanted to play the OG for that reason. Just feels right to me. Just looks authentic. That was alright. English translation definitely tried for sure. It's pretty interesting. It's a pretty good job by whoever did the English translation for that. It was pretty good. Pretty good stuff. It's pretty fun. Yeah, so I guess you look at the flow chart and the guide that we showed earlier, and then you can get all your endings that way, I guess. Trying to influence an ending that you would like to get. It shows it off here by what choices you make. Here, let's just show it, I guess. So I think this is like Harry's scenario or something. Oh, this is Sybil's scenario. So I guess we got that one, the A1. You can get C1, C2, B2, B1, B3. Pretty good. And then we got Harry's. Substantially more stuff going on with Harry. We got like one of the worst ones, I guess. Well, not the worst one, but almost. We bypass E and D and got to C. And then B and A will be like the true ones. You get in a whole another chapter if you get past this one. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. But portable game and all. Nice replayability there. For a portable title, I guess, right? That was alright. Nice little side thing to play on a portable device. It's pretty cool. Alright. I'm done. Thank you all for watching. I'm gonna go die. Not literally. I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm dead. On the inside, I'm soulless. My voice is dying. But thank you all for watching. That was fun. I really enjoyed that a lot. It was really relaxing and peaceful. Good time. On YouTube, you can see the whole list of titles we'll play down the road. And on Twitch, you can do ! Silent Hill. Do some reruns on Twitch as well. All the past nights. And the next game will be self-explanatory. What comes after 1, guys? That will be October 4th. Super late. On October 4th. Hopefully we'll be on time for that one. And nothing will go crazy, although who knows? That is a Saturday after all. Saturday, Sunday, Fridays are usually pretty rough, but I wanted to do this like every 2 days or so. Glad I made it today, despite being late. Hopefully, we don't have to keep doing that too much throughout the month, but very unpredictable lifestyle that I have, and a very unpredictable schedule. A lot of stuff happening around here, so try to get to the stuff whenever I can. But those times that I have on YouTube for the next few streams coming up until October 8th will definitely be planned and what I want to do. So, yeah. That's what we'll try to accomplish. Thank you all for watching. Really do appreciate it very, very much. Check out the videos on the YouTube channel if you want. And until next time, my name is Gwektro. Goodbye.